Good evening and welcome to the October 25th regular meeting of the City of Arcata's Planning Commission. This is a public meeting, and if any member of the public would like to make a comment on any item, there are several ways. If you are on Zoom, when the public comment period opens, use the raise your hand icon. You will be unmuted when it's your turn to speak. If you're on your phone, you can also join the meeting and comment by pressing *9. Again, you will be unmuted when it's your turn to speak, and if you're in attendance, you can approach the podium and make your comments. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. The meeting is now officially called to order, and we will begin with a land acknowledgement. The City of Arcata acknowledges that the lands we are located on are the unceded ancestral lands of the Wiyot tribe. The land that Arcata rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Gudini, meaning over the woods or among the redwoods. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments removed the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threatened to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Arcata acknowledges the Wiyot community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement seeks to aid in dismantling the legacy narratives of settler colonialism. Director Loya, can we get a roll call, please?
Yeah, Commissioner Mayer? Commissioner Tagney?
Here.
Commissioner White?
Here.
Vice Chair Davies?
Here.
And Chair Said Alcock?
Here.
And then we have Commissioner Figueroa online. And sadly, Commissioner Barstow has tendered his resignation after 30 long years to the Planning Commission, so he is not here tonight.
Okay, well, John Barstow, if you're listening, thank you for everything, and we miss you already. We are moving on to oral communications. This time is provided for people to address the commission or submit written communications on matters not on the agenda. At the conclusion of all oral and written communications, the commission may respond to statements. Any request that requires commission actions will be set by the commission for a future agenda or referred to staff. Is there any member of the public here or online who wants to address anything that's not on tonight's agenda? Step forward.
Hi, it's James Becker, and I was going to be mentioning the Arcata Linear Park, but it is also in relation to just the Great Redwood Trail, and just to talk a little bit about our website and the announcement, because they did recently launch the Great Redwood Trails website, and last night was Great Redwood Trails Master Plan Kickoff Virtual Town Hall. It's a major undertaking, and they laid out a roadmap moving forward. The Great Redwood Trail website offers a timeline for their master plan development. The master plan outline is it will engage the public, define the vision for the trails, develop solutions for the community and concerns, identify and prioritize projects, develop strategies for operation and maintenance. They have an interactive map. You can locate and identify areas on the GRT you wish to address or offer suggestions. They also have a community survey to seek out input on amenities and trail design, and they're seeking out volunteers for trail stewardship. And just wanted to thank the Commission for their ongoing discussion about the L Street Corridor. And as I've mentioned before, there is a website dedicated to information to support to designate L Street Rails to Trails as a linear park. It has a gallery of photos, links to information about Rails to Trails, linear parks, and open spaces. The Arcata Rails to Trails feasibility study is also available. The website is arcatalinearpark.org. In addition, it offers numerous links of maps from the L Street Corridor up to interactive maps of the Great Redwood Trail and the California Coastal Trail. There's numerous links to the City of Arcata's Great Redwood Trail Master Plan and the Great Redwood Trail's newly launched interactive website. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Anyone else?
Good evening, Planning Commissioner staff. I will not be alone in recognizing the service of John Barstow to our community. I couldn't start saying anything without saying that first. Thank you, John. I took a month off of the arcata1.com website. I traveled, I reflected, by stepping back, I was able to see some things that I may not have noticed otherwise. In June, I gave a little talk to the Planning Commission. I'm going to repeat with some changes what I said then. The draft plan came out in December 2021. We are 11 months into this process. The proposed date for the adoption of the Gateway Plan has changed. It was approximately 13 months, now 18 months. It's about 20 or 22 months would put us to the end of summer. We're halfway through, and I don't see very much progress. I was very disappointed by the meeting 2 weeks ago. The Planning Commission, I can't speak for what you're feeling. I feel very frustrated. We're still talking about what we're talking about. There's maybe a little bit of a decision here and there. I feel very educated. I'm thankful for this lengthy process, but I don't see it as getting anything done. In other news, there are 2 letters in my possession that are not on the city's website. The link for the city for the September letters is broken currently. When I requested, and many people requested, that the letters be on the website, this was meant to be in addition to the agenda packet. I don't see, the letters are in the form of a PDF file, one file. To append that file onto the agenda packet does not seem to me to be a very difficult process. In terms of my speaking to the lack of progress, I see it as a management problem. There's no real leadership as I see it. I'm not sure where the leadership is going to come from. I would like to see this plan in place, but the way it's going now, I don't see it happening with any expediency. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Chair, if I might interject real quick, I don't know if you want to take communications that are on the Gateway Area Plan at this time, or if you'd prefer
No.
to have those
Is this something
taken.
not on tonight's agenda? Okay, go ahead. Thank you. No,
Yeah.
just on nothing on the agenda.
I just wanted to say really quickly, I wanted to thank John Barstow for all his years. Just his quiet, contemplative energy that he brought to the Planning Commission will be missed. When he did speak up and give his recommendations, they were always very well thought out, and he had some great information. So anyways, if he is listening, I just want to thank him for being part of the team, and he will be missed. So, and thank you, all of you. Hopefully I can thank you for your time that you put in to the city before you retire off the bench. So anyways, thank you all as well.
Thank you, Patricia.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I just had to race in to just remind this commission, as I reminded the city council, we are in a climate crisis. And I think when people talk about leadership and planning and progress and process, what I really want is vision, and I want people to look beyond just what's down on a piece of paper in front of you to the reality of what the future of our Arcata really needs to be in terms of a climate changing world. So when we're talking about especially things like car traffic, that should be one of the least important things that our future is considering, especially if it's fossil fueled car traffic. And so designing Arctown for the future really needs to be visionary and climate aware and adaptable for livability. So we get also bogged down in so much of this minutia and stuff that just please look up every once in a while at the big picture, what I call the overview effect of what we need as our small little rural college town, which is how I identify Arcata as. It's not an urban place, it's a small rural college town, But we in the Redwood country can really pave a path of vision for the future in a climate changing world. So I applaud you for your commitment to this city as being on this commission, but please think into the future when we're discussing things about right now. It's just vitally important for our community and the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Is there anyone online?
Yes, we have one. Go ahead, Jane.
Good evening, everyone, and I too want to say thank you to John Barstow. I know what it's like to be on these committees and commissions and be on them for years and years, and all the time you engage. And so I want to thank John for all his service, and I want to thank all of you for all your service, because I know how long it takes those of us in the public to read all this and try to respond thoughtfully. I do have one issue. Although I want to back up what Joanne had to say, I think we do need to think about the need to retreat and where we're going to go and how we're going to do that. But aside from that, I also want to raise an issue that came up at one of the meetings regarding the Brown Act, and whether, if a subcommittee is set up to deal with issues and then wants to bring in other people on that subcommittee, or to address the subcommittee and do work with the subcommittee. According to Karen Deemer, it is not a Brown Act issue, and we don't have to worry about that. And I just wanted to clarify that because it's pertinent to what you will be discussing. Thank you very much. Good luck tonight. You got a lot on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Is there anyone else? Okay, we will move on to the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the commission and are enacted in one motion. There's no separate discussion on any of these items. The only thing that we have on our consent calendar tonight is the minutes from October 11th. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the minutes from October 11th?
I move to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 And I wasn't here, so,
I'm sorry, did you say you abstain?
yes, I abstain. Now we're going to move on to our public hearings. Prior to each public hearing, commissioners need to provide an ex parte disclosure. Does anyone have an ex parte disclosure regarding the Jacoby Storehouse and their Meals Act contract? No? Okay. Can we get a staff report, please, David?
I will be giving a brief staff report on this one, and I believe the applicant is joining us via Zoom tonight. So the Jacoby Storehouse has come in for a historic property incentive, specifically a Mills Act agreement. Unlike other Mills Act applications brought before you, this is not bundled with other preservation incentives, zoning incentives. It's purely a Mills Act application request. Your adoption of the resolution tonight would be a recommendation to the City Council. They would ultimately make the decision. And for those in the audience who may not be familiar with the program, the City Council established the Mills Act program in 2017, just a few years ago, to essentially grant incentives to qualifying historic properties for the rehabilitation and maintenance of those properties. So the structure is on the local register and the National Register of Historic Places. Primary improvements that are proposed in the first 10-year period are painting, a comprehensive repainting of the structure, as well as rehabilitation of the windows on the south side. And This item also went to the Historic Landmarks Committee already. They did recommend approval with the condition that modifications to the site be undertaken in collaboration with the historic resources professional to be retained by the property owners. So that is the long and short of it. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And if there's anything I can't answer, the applicant should be with us via Zoom and can hopefully answer those as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Dilo? No? Yes.
I'm just wondering if the putting the property in the Mills Act has any effect on any current or future business uses of the property?
I think the short answer is no. The property is already a local landmark. Any sort of restrictions that may come with that would already have been undertaken when that landmark status was brought online, which I believe was in the 80s, so that was quite some time ago. It is in one of our most, robust zones in terms of uses, and I don't foresee any change to that as a result of this agreement. It's mostly, an exchange, a financial exchange for money that they are putting in to maintain the property.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to open this to public hearing. If we have any members of the public who'd like to comment on this, or if the applicant would like to step forward, Bill Chino, and do you have anything that you want to say? You don't
I thought
have
you were
to.
going to be here on Zoom.
You just walked in. Yeah, if you have anything that you'd like to say.
First of all, good evening, everyone. Thank you for consideration of our application and hopefully approval of our project. The Mills Act is a 10-year contract with the city. We are doing the work already. I don't know if you've seen the building. We're starting with the painting, and then there's going to be, excuse me, the south wall, the south facade needs quite a bit of structural work as well. So I guess the bottom line is the tax abatement savings will be covered just with the paint job alone. And then we'll do smaller repairs over the years to keep the building looking as it should.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Does any member of the public wish to comment on this, or is there anyone online?
Not seeing any hands online.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment section. This is kind of a no-brainer. This is good for everybody. Do we have any discussion, or does someone like to make a motion to approve this resolution? And the resolution, keep in mind, includes the CEQA exemption and the Mills Act contract. It includes the whole thing, so just the resolution number will cover it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Mills Act contract for the Jacoby Storehouse property.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Did Christian say aye? Okay. Motion approved. Thank you very much. That was easy.
It's a great project, Bill.
Yeah.
Thanks for keeping
Really
that
good.
building up.
Good for the whole community, yeah. Okay, so next we're going to move on to, approve the plan development amendment tree removal permit for the Westwood Garden Apartments. And my husband was a sub on this property, so I'm going to go in the back room and the vice chair is going to take over.
As the chair indicated, our next item this evening is to approve planned development amendment, tree removal permit, and design review permit for Westwood Garden Apartments at 2351 Westwood Court. Before we get started, do any commissioners have an ex parte communication to share?
Yeah, I was contacted by a number of people since our last meeting. Relina Crixton, Adam Taylor, David Mormon, Jane Woodward. I've also visited the site numerous times since about 2002. And most recently this last week on my own, not in response to anyone's invitation.
Thank you, Judith. Any other commissioners' ex parte communications? Okay, then let's start with a staff report next.
I'm sorry, just to clear up the ex parte, Commissioner Mayer, were there any communications that you felt like you needed to disclose that aren't part of the public record already through those communications as part of your ex parte that you need to bring into the public forum? No? Okay, thanks.
Good evening. My name is Joe Mateer, Senior Planner with the City of Arcata and the assigned planner for this project. We saw this earlier in September. The Planning Commission asked that applicants come back, and today is our meeting for that. It's a redesign. I'll try to be really brief with it. I know there are public members and the agent have presentations they'd like to present to the Planning Commission and the public as well. So the planning staff recommends approval of this project. It's a plan development permit, tree removal permit, and design review. We ask that the Planning Commission adopt the Class 32 and Class 33 categorical exemptions that are found in Attachment A, Exhibit 1. It's an infill development project, and then the small habitat restoration project for some of the James Creek riparian enhancement program that staff is recommending be included in the project approval. The findings of approval are you find in Exhibit 1 of Attachment A, and the conditions of approval are Exhibit 2. Staff is making this recommendation based on the application material in compliance with the city's land use code and general plan policies. This is again the vicinity here. We have the location is just off of this is Alliance here, Alliance Road, and this is the Westwood Shopping Center here. Westwood Court is along here. It's a dead-end road. There's another side road that comes out Chestnut into Stewart that you can then access Alliance here. So it's about a 5.2 acre site. The project is located on 4.5 acres here, and then there's this area down here that's about 0.7 acres of it's already fenced in, most of it. The riparian area of Janes Creek comes through here, across Alliance Road through this project here, this subdivision that goes right in between these buildings right there, and then out through here, and then heads south down. There are 3 existing structures here that are the 2-story apartment complex that have 60 dwelling units. These light colored structures are 1-story single carports that will be demolished. There is this large open space area in the middle, and off to the west here is Cal Poly recently purchased this property. It's a part of an annexation that the city adopted a few years ago. They have the single-family residential development up in this area up here. To do kind of a layout, the existing structures are the light brown or the brown color here, and then more of the brick color are the 11 new structures. They're going to demolish the carports here and rebuild 2-story structures with the carports below and apartments above. This here is a new design that we didn't see before. It is a detached structure that used to have a storage and laundry facilities. They're going to demolish that and rebuild a 2-story structure with laundry facilities, motor vehicle parking, and apartments above, and then covered storage for bicycles and private storage as well. So there's one of these located here, and then over on the south side here. This is, along here is another one of the carport structures that's going to be rebuilt with dwelling units on top. And again, over here. We do have new structures in the interior of this courtyard area. We have carport structures here with dwelling units on top. And again here, carport structures with dwelling units on top. This structure here and this one here is 2-story standalone with ground level apartments and second-story apartments as well. So it has been redesigned with, right now there is a driveway that kind of comes to this area, to the carports. They're going to extend with previous pavement along here. There's a little chicane or a break in the linear access drive there. And then there'll be a new driveway through here with carport structures on each side. There'll be parking here, and then again to connect to the other existing driveway, come around here, another chicane, and out. And so they can loop around and go back to Westwood Court there, or come out and hit Chestnut there. So it provides circular loop. The redesign, they did maintain many of the structures, and they kind of realigned the number of and placement of the parcels. They maintained the number of dwelling units proposed from the original project to 102. There's one less structure, and they get into the tree removal here. They're proposing to remove 10 trees. Before, I think it was over 20. There were 49 trees together, but now they reduced it to 21 total. 10 of the trees require a tree removal permit because they're greater than 16 inches diameter. So they are maintaining some of the trees along the just outside the existing development in this courtyard, and then the perimeter ones along here as well. But there are some trees being removed for sure. The redesign of the architectural elevations includes roof dormers. These are just false architectural features that they add to them. There's different siding material. We have the vertical siding on the elevations here, and then we have horizontal siding on this side, and then there's a combination of shake, vertical, and horizontal siding here. Staff does recommend that this portion of these are the carport structures, so this is the back side of the carport structures, and we felt that this is still an unbroken long linear wall plane that could use some breaking up, and they could even, just continue some of the elements of this and just bringing them down and put vertical siding there, or the shake siding or something like that. So it seems like a pretty easy fix in staff's opinion. And so these are some of the kind of the design for the carport structures with the dwelling units on top. This is a version of the 2-story with dwelling units on the first floor and second floor. Here we do not have that long continuous unbroken wall plane, because we do have the French doors here and the entrances and windows on there. And then this is the combination of the apartments on top, laundry facilities here. There'll be vehicle parking in one of these bays, and then bicycle parking in 2 of them. All the bicycle parking is going to be covered. There is a slight reduction in the number of proposed bicycle parking before. I did talk to the agent about this. There are plenty of areas to disperse outdoor parking for bicycles, so they could easily increase the number of bicycle parking spaces. Previously, they almost had a 1-to-1 motor vehicle parking spaces to bicycle parking, but now they've reduced that to meet the code, and it's close to 50%. I think it's over 50%. Again, the findings of approval are, you'll find in Exhibit 1 of Attachment A. It includes the adoption of the environmental categorical exclusion findings for a Class 32 and a Class 33. That's an infill development. The findings do include information regarding making those findings. And then, of course, the findings include the plan development permit amendment, tree removal permit, and design review. Previously, at the last Planning Commission meeting, there was some discussion on the ability of the Commission to make those findings. Staff believes that you can make those findings, and I know the director does have some other follow-up response to that after I'm finished here that he'd like to address the commission on and the public as well. The conditions of approval are, again, the architectural features. We included the enhancement for the Janes Creek riparian area. There's some access easement. We'd like connectivity between the Cal Poly property and there's policies that we have in the city general plan for connectivity of our neighborhoods. Kind of a tree removal operations plan because it is going to be an active living site here in construction where there are going to be people going and living in their home while this activity is occurring. So we try to minimize those impacts. There is a known raptor to live in the area. And so through our consultation and referral process with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, we did come up with some workarounds on that. The agents have contracted with a biologist to consult with Fish and Wildlife to ensure that there is no impact on that raptor there. And then there's the transportation improvements as approved through a adopted focused transportation study reviewed and approved by the city engineer. And then many of the others are just standard conditions of approval. Again, staff recommends approval of this project. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'll kind of really give a lot of time to the agent and the commission to have that dialogue. And I do know there are public members that have a presentation as well. And I'll pass it over to the director unless the chair and the planning commission have any questions for me at this moment.
Briefly, Joe, that architectural feature, the long continuous wall, is that something we want to work out tonight, or is there an agreement on the side already with the applicant?
Staff added it as a condition of approval that could be taken up through our review of the building permit. When we do plan review process, we'd ensure that that's there. The planning commission, if they want to go ahead and determine that now, feel free to do so. That would take some of the the burden off of us later on when we do the building permit plan review check.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. How many other Arcata multi-unit properties are there that are subject to the planned development combining zoning, but also don't actually have any planned development permit or approved planned development site plan already? Do you have any read on that?
I don't have that number offhand. I do know that there is a similar situation to this, and that would be off of Bayside Road. There was some Coast Guard housing that was going to be developed. I think the property owner at the time was Lottie Beard, and there's a planned development on that. We do not have any planned development permit for that. There are multiple multifamily structures and development at that site with multiple property owners.
Okay. You mentioned that one. Do you have any idea if there might be several more, or is this really a fairly unique situation? And the reason I'm asking is that what we do or don't do tonight, is clearly going to provide a precedent for other cases that may be similar.
We'd have to do research to figure out how many of the PD zones don't have existing permits. We don't have that information on the top of our head. I think the risk of precedent is pretty minor in terms of, you're effectively issuing a de novo permit. So whether it was an amendment or an initial permit is, it's a distinction without difference, I guess, is how we view it at the staff level.
Christian, do you have any questions?
None right now.
Okay. Thank you. Given that, we'll move to public comment, and the applicant has the opportunity to speak first to this project. Sure, go ahead, Kimberly.
Sorry for the delay. I'm really happy to hear that there's going to be less trees removed, 10 of which are over 16 inches. I was just curious about the biggest tree, if that's actually going.
Yeah, I'll defer that to the applicant and agent to respond to.
If the applicant would like to speak, we are ready for you.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Mike Nelson with Lako Associates. And before I get started, I would also like to share my own thank you to Commissioner Barstow for his many years of service. Been up here many times at the Planning Commission with him over the years. So thank you, and sorry to miss him at future meetings. So would you like me to answer that question specifically, or just jump in to the presentation? Or let me answer your tree question first, and then I'll go. So the two largest trees on the property, I'm sorry, my laser pointer ran out of battery, but they're the two largest ones. Are kind of on the western edge there, right there. That.
I'm sorry. Can we?
We can't conduct a
respect the
meeting like that. If you could let him speak uninterrupted, everyone will get a chance to talk. Thank you.
Yes. So I'll come back to that. I have some more things on the tree removal. So the two trees that I was looking at right there are two trees that we discussed with CDFW that had to do with the larger height. So when you say larger, you can get into diameter or height, or it's somewhat subjective about what the specific aspect of that is. There is not a difference in your land use code or the tree removal depending on what that actual size is. It's just greater than 16 inches. But we did specifically discuss those trees in that area with CDFW. So I just wanted to start with thanking everyone for the comments that were received last time. There was a lot of discussion at the last hearing. I was not able to attend myself, but we did listen to the concerns from the Planning Commission and from the community. We understand we can't address every single comment that every single person has on a project, but we have looked closely at a lot of the concerns that we heard the most of, and in particular from the commissioners, and took a closer look at the overall design of the site. Our client definitely pushed us and took us to task to say, come back with a better plan that can be more supported by the community and still maintain our unit counts and approach. So go ahead, Joe. Thank you. So I'm going to be pretty brief because I think we'll have a lot of questions that we may want to come back up for. And I think Joe Mateer did a great job already kind of summarizing a lot of the key updates to the plan. But I'm just going to hit the key project changes, the requested exceptions we have, and a little bit of discussion about drainage and permeable paving. So we have the site plan redesign, we have the tree removal reduction, we have some of the architectural features that have already been pointed out. We went to all covered bicycle parking that we did not have before. We also added a little bit more overall parking, so there's some guest and some drop-off spots, as well as adding another ADA space and adding some motorcycle spaces. Go ahead. This is just a quick flyover. Hopefully this works. This should give us a quick little SketchUp view of the site, just to kind of help with see some of the mass and the scale and how the buildings fit together with each other, and showing the existing and the new ones coming in. It's only about another 20 more seconds, but it just gives a kind of an overall perspective of how the site all fits together. It can be hard to see that just looking at two-dimensional plans in black and white. So it also shows that we have varied the colors. Last time there was kind of mostly all the same colors. We have a more varied color scheme with variation between the units and the unit types, as well as some of the other features that Joe has pointed out already. Go ahead, Joe. All right, so it's just kind of run through the retained landscape trees. So this shows the areas where most of these were slated for removal in the previous plan. So we've gone back and taken a closer look at that. There is still some tree removal in this area along this western line that we really needed in order to be able to get enough parking spaces in there and add more ADA units and still make that work. But these are all retained of what's existing on site. Go ahead, Joe. Then these are new landscape trees that will be planted. So even though we had a significant reduction in the tree removal, we kept the same number, 33 new trees to be planted that was in the previous plan, and they'll go into these areas. Some of these areas in here are a mix of existing landscape features that are there, but there'll be more landscape enhancement in those areas. Go ahead. This is the more detailed landscape plan. So the illustrative plan just kind of shows how things fit together. This is the detail of which trees, which plant types, what gallon sizes, and, a little more detail on which ones in which locations. One of the things that was discussed was kind of the integration with, the Cal Poly site next door. How could we coordinate better with them? It is still future and not a current plan there now, but when we looked at kind of the site redesign, we made sure that we included a location for where there could be an access and a connectivity there. We originally looked at it coming sort of straight down this road, but that would have required the removal of all 3 of these trees. So we brought it around here to where it's closer to the property line, and that would allow an emergency access there to Cal Poly site in the future. This is just kind of showing the trash enclosures and where they are. We look to sort of spread them around the site, so they're not exactly at the 4 corners, but are spread around. The front one is ADA accessible as well. And then this one that's up here, we're going to talk about further because that's one of the exception locations on the setback. We originally had that other garbage over here, but in trying to preserve as many trees as possible here, we thought this was a better location to have it in that corner. And it is also where there's an existing trash facility now. Thank you. We added some additional ADA parking, and there was, I think, 3 in the last plan. We have 4 now. So just wanted to point out we increased that. And this is where our covered bike parking is. So this plan also includes essentially some demolition of the existing laundry facility and then building new 2-story structures there, which also means there will be 2 brand new laundry facilities that will come into the site compared to the pretty aged facilities that are there now. I'll show a little bit more of this later. Joe. These are the recreation spaces. So we looked at having a combination of sort of the larger recreation spaces, as many as we could. We understand it's a large open area now, but we have dispersed recreation areas spread around the site. These are the community garden spaces that we have included in the plan that are outside of drainage areas or recreation areas. Go ahead. I think we kind of hit this one already. Just wanted to show the tree reduction numbers from reduction in tree removal from the previous plan. Go ahead, Joe. All right. It was a little hard to visualize quite how we were fitting the parking and the bike storage underneath the 2 new buildings. So again, this is a new laundry facility. So there are 2 buildings like this, one sort of north-south on the plan. So a new laundry facility, these are all bike parking spaces that all meet the 2-foot by 6-foot. I have to say most facilities you see around town, especially older ones, weren't really built to have this much area for each individual bike. Could probably fit a lot more in here, but we wanted to make sure we could get 84 that met the 2-foot by 6-foot requirement. And this is all covered. One other thing you can see on here is the sort of storage areas. So each unit, all of the new and the existing, will have the 5 by 5 by 4 foot private storage area. So I know and we have some discussion coming up around the decks and the private recreation space. If you look at your code, the decks and patios are really intended to be that private recreation, not necessarily storage. And I know there were some comments specifically from Commissioner Barstow about that last time. So I just wanted to point out that each unit will have its own private locked storage. And that's for both the new and the existing. It is not a feature that the existing residents have now. So that will be part of the project and included in a covered space. Go ahead, Joe. Okay, so some of the architectural design, I think Joe covered this pretty well. There's a couple things I'm going to show on 2 of the buildings, but the dormers, the siding, the colors, belly band, also the comment that was brought up about some vertical feature, we would be happy to do that as well. So that could be accommodated with kind of breaking up some of these longer walls, maybe say taking something where the dormers are and bringing down a vertical feature. This is one of the shorter buildings, so it doesn't sort of stick out as much, but that would be easy to do some vertical there to separate it, or even alternate the siding within that vertical section on the ground floors. And so this is looking at the elevation on the laundry room we just showed. So this shows where you've got covered bike parking, the parking itself, plus the storage units above. Go ahead. Right, this is one of the 8-unit ones on here. One of the things where these kind of are broken up already on the shorter buildings, the 8-unit buildings. I think some of the ones that are 14, that Joe pointed out, they have kind of a longer area. On these ones, they're kind of broken up by the posts and the downstairs patio doors. So I think on the longer units, the 12 and 14 unit ones, it would make sense to break those up vertically as Joe suggested. Go ahead. This is just a quick summary on the parking. So showing that we added ADA parking. We were able to add 5 additional loading, unloading guest parking spaces. So previous plan had exactly 1 for 1, but there were not any additional spaces for a drop off or a pickup or loading. So we've added a few more spaces into the plan. So this kind of shows just a section here of what those parking underneath look like. So because the buildings are 26 feet wide, we can accommodate a standard parking space plus the storage above. And then this one kind of shows where that the bicycle parking is underneath those. Go ahead. Okay, so I wanted to take a little bit deeper dive on this question about the private recreation space. I know there was a lot of discussion at the previous hearing about that and the size of it. Your code does say 150 square feet. The precedent has been set on multiple projects of a reduction of that 150. To my knowledge, there hasn't been one in the last 10 years that's used the 150. I'll talk a little bit more about why. Go ahead, Joe. Okay, so I just want to do a quick kind of discussion on this a little bit about how this is set up and talk about the proportionality a little bit. So these units are 416 square feet. That's a pretty small unit. It's roughly, 16 by 26. The minimum private recreation space listed in the land use code is 150 square feet. There's also a common recreation space, which goes by unit counts and kind of goes up to, at your 31 or more units, 2,000 square feet is all that's required. In my opinion, and doing lots of projects here over the years, this is not very proportional. The 150 square feet is not very proportional to small units. Whereas if you had a very large unit, you could have a 5,000 square foot apartment and you still need 150. You can have a 200 square foot studio and you still need 150. There's no proportionality in the way this is addressed. And I think on the common space, it stops far short. So you could have 500 units and you only need 2,000 square feet of common recreation space. So one of the things I want to show is that we have exceeded the common recreation space considerably and show why we're asking for the reduction from the 150. I also just wanted to point out, again, having done a few other projects here over the years, that in your coastal land use development guide, which is only 5 blocks from this project, it has a proportional code requirement. It's 8% of the floor area for second-story units and 10% of the floor area for ground floor units. So there's a proportionality built into the code. The bigger the unit, the bigger the private recreation space. However, this has just a fixed number at 150. So go ahead, please, to the next slide, Joe. So if you look at this, so in the coastal, in the land use development guide, these units at this size would require a deck size of 34 to 42 square feet. Land use code requires 150. That's 36% of the floor area of these units. What we are proposing is 11.5%. So we're proposing more than what is required in your land use development guide. We understand it's your inland land use code that applies to this project, but the proportionality really isn't there. If you say you have a 400 square foot unit, but you still need 150 square foot of private recreation space. And one of the points of the plan development zone is, in the way it's written in your code, it allows exceptions. It expects exceptions to occur. And it's because there are trade-offs for the greater value of the project and other opportunities. So we exceed the common space by over 4 times. So only 2,000 square feet is required. We have 8,366. As an offset of that, we're asking for an 11.5% of the floor area, which exceeds what your land use development guide would require. So I just wanted to run through that in the concept of looking at proportionality to the size of the units themselves relative to this particular recreational space. Go ahead, Joe. Okay, this is the only other requested exception, which really has to do with this one trash enclosure that's kind of up in the northwest corner of the site. And the other 3, they all work. We don't have any exception requests for them. The reason for this one is because we're a little tight on space. We're trying to avoid additional tree removal, and it doesn't show quite as well on this snip, but this is designed so that there's actually a pull-in space right here. So someone bringing something from their unit or their apartment or coming in could actually pull in right here and be able to unload their recyclables or trash. If we turned this, more parallel to that turn, we could get out of the 5-foot setbacks. This is a relatively small thing, but there's some reason why it was laid out this way. And again, this is the only other exception we're asking for, which we think is appropriate given the PD zone. Go ahead. All right, there was a few things that were brought up around drainage and approach on that. So as Mr. Matier pointed out, we have still proposed that all of the new asphalt pavement be pervious. When we looked at the site coverage, the pervious requirements, we don't need the pervious paving to meet our drainage requirements and our LID requirements, or to meet our open space requirements, because your land use code also allows you to count pervious pavement as open space. We don't need it to meet those requirements, but we are still proposing that all new pavement still be pervious paving. So just wanted to point that out. What that does is give us a little bit more conservative approach on the drainage. So we've modeled it for all surfaces for being pervious, but being impervious, you're going to have more groundwater recharge and drainage there, which supports the LID approach. And that is it.
Chair, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, how do you calculate common space?
So that's it's described in the code, and the common space, which is recreation space. I don't recall the actual land use code, but Joe could probably check off the top of my head. But it's listed as common outdoor recreation. There are certain minimum sizes, like I think it has to be 5 feet by 20 feet as a minimum to count as that recreation space, the common recreation space. So we've looked at locations where it was not used for drainage, not used for gardens or landscape, and looked at those as that common recreation area. So there's a minimum requirement of the size of it. So you can't just count a little tiny corner. I believe it's 5 by 20. is the minimum.
Okay, next question is, bike and car parking, are they unit specific?
They would be designated for car parking, not necessarily for bicycle parking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, do you have a sense of what type of pervious program you're gonna go with on the pavement?
I don't recall the specific spec. I think Strombeck might have that, but it's in one that they've used on other projects in Arcata. It meets Arcata's specifications for permeable.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Kimberly.
I don't know if it's a question or a comment. So I understand that we want to encourage people riding the bus and doing alternate modes of transportation and bikes. And you said that there were 171 covered units, and they're for cars
Yep.
parking, and there's 162, so you have a little bit of an overage there. But you also said that there would be, of the new units, 102 might provide housing for 241. And if you take that full number of 162, then we're looking at a potential of 382 community members, but we only have enough parking for 171, which means 60% of those community members possibly have nowhere to put their vehicles if they were to come with a vehicle. And all I'm thinking of is what happened over on, I think it's 27th Street, that they did not build in enough parking spaces, so it's kind of a hot mess over there. So that's what I'm wondering is
Sure.
what that might look like.
Yeah, so a couple things there. So one, not all of the vehicle parking spaces are covered. The bicycle parking spaces are covered. For vehicles, some of them are in the carports under the units, but there will still be some open, uncovered parking spaces. That doesn't change the numbers. I just wanted to clarify that not all of the vehicle parking is covered. Most of it is. In terms of the actual parking counts, the land use code allows a pretty broad range for the number of parking units. We actually could have less parking than we have. Our client, who has a number of other projects in town, never wants to go below a 1-to-1 per unit. So we do fall within what the land use code allows for the unit counts. The new units at 416 square feet are not intended to necessarily have those average occupancy numbers that you mentioned. So that's sort of the average number, but at a 416 square foot unit, which is very small, that's not something that you can really pack a lot of people in, and it's not the intent to have multiple occupants per unit.
So we're not looking at necessarily the 2.36 in the new 102 units, which would hopefully mean less vehicles.
Yes.
So a little
Yeah.
more perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other commissioners have a question? Judith?
Yeah, there are a bunch of them, but very specifically, are you anticipating that the parking spaces would be rented together with each unit, or would the rental on parking spaces be separate?
They would be an assigned parking space per unit. The parking would be with
So-
the unit, not rented separately.
So even for residents who don't have a car, they would still be renting a parking space?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, that's kind of a detailed operational question. I don't know that that's something in the land use code that specifies that it be
No,
done that way.
it's not in the land
so,
use code. That's
yeah.
why I'm asking you.
Yeah, there's not an intent to manage it that way. I can defer to our client, see if that's something they would like to discuss, but the plan is that you rent a unit, you get a space with it.
Okay, and I know there's nothing in our code that could require or even encourage you to switch to electric water heaters and electric utilities, and that you intend to build with gas. Is there anything in the design that would facilitate the transition away from gas by 2030 when the state requirements are going to probably change?
That is specifically included in this design to be sort of adaptable in that way. I mean, it meets all the current building codes, it meets the current building standards. There's not a specific design element that would say, okay, can you switch this from gas to electric in 8 years?
Okay, and the electric photovoltaics that you have pictured on the roof, do you have any idea what proportion of the energy use would likely be covered by them?
I don't know in terms of the actual proportion because there's a user component to that in terms of what the actual usage of an individual occupant is. We do have the numbers and sizes of, what the PV is. It wasn't something I focused on in the presentation, but all new units will have solar and PV, and they're required by the code to do so. So they'll meet those size requirements.
Okay, and finally, one sort of piddly question. When you were designating those distributed, rather small recreational spaces and community gardens, did you do a shading analysis that we could see? Because when I was looking at the locations of things like the community gardens and some of those small recreational spaces, the two-story buildings seem like they would shade them out for much of the day, much of the year.
We do have a solar shading analysis that was included in the application relative to the building shading, and if there's any shading on the adjacent properties, which is spelled out in the land use code. We did not do a specific solar shading for community garden purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christian, do you have any questions?
Just a quick question in regards of why we are proposing, I know we're being conservative in regards of our stormwater needs, in regards of using pervious pavement wherever we can possibly use it, but has it been discussed with the applicant, the cost of maintaining pervious pavement to act as a treatment BMP, where it requires specialized equipment to effectively clean it on a regular basis, and do they fully understand the cost that it will, and the effort that it will take to maintain such facilities?
Yes, the applicant, the Strombanks, maintain other properties in the city that have similar facilities with permeable paving, and they are familiar with that. I don't know if there's a specific additional maintenance requirement in city code or in conditions that I've seen, but our applicant is familiar with maintaining those on other properties in the city now.
It just seems, in respects of maintaining treatment BMPs, it's in perpetuity. So it's just, understanding that, there'll be a cost and, for O&M for related, for such facilities, whether it's pavers, pervious pavers or pervious pavement ultimately. So it's in perpetuity that we have to maintain these facilities as part of our MS4 permit. So I'm just making sure that that's crystal clear with the applicant.
Yes, it is, and thank you for bringing that up. And I'm sorry to put our client on the spot here for a minute, but they offered to do this. I told them you don't need it for your open space, you don't need it for your drainage calculations, and they said we want to do it. And they have it on other projects and other properties that they maintain. So thank you for bringing that up. They definitely are aware of both the construction cost and the maintenance cost associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to come back after any additional public comment if more questions come up.
We may be calling you back.
All right. Thank you.
Do you have a question, Kimberly?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this would go to staff, but I was hoping to get some clarification on the public access and open space easement. And then it sounds like there was a counter offer from the city?
I believe, and Emily Sinkhorn, our Environmental Services Director, is here as well to address that question. I believe you're referring to the condition of approval that we proposed to amend at the last meeting, that was recommended by the applicant to try and address the original intent to provide fee title of the riparian area to the city. The city didn't wish to take fee title, and so the condition now reads such that we'll have an easement for for riparian access and public access through that riparian area, and that we would have the ability to maintain, but that the maintenance would be to the applicant to continue to maintain that property. And I think that's mutually agreeable at this point.
Any other questions before we move to public comment? All right. If any members of the public are ready, or does anyone else from the applicant group need to speak right now? Okay. Then approach the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
1, 2, 3, go. Hey, Suzanne Stafford. Quick question, Joe. On the access road in the back of the property with the little jogs, I don't remember what he called them. Would that impede emergency vehicle access at all?
Typically, the public comment just comes, and then the commission asks to address questions that they'd like us to address, but the answer is no, it won't impede emergency egress. The fire will look at that when fire department will look at that when they come in for a building permit.
Okay, I have another question.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, for your time, go ahead and, I would say,
Okay.
lay all your questions out, and then the
Okay.
commission will ask.
Just give us all your questions.
Second question is, when the units are built above the carport, that will necessitate removing the existing carports. What is going to happen to resident parking during construction? And have you guys thought about contracting or working with the church across the street to offer residents parking during construction? That's going to be a consideration. And number 3 is new mailboxes. If you're putting in all these units, I would really suggest moving to CBUs and out of those terrible little gang boxes that are the delivery points in that unit now. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello. Before we start the clock, Commissioner Davies, I have a request for staff. May I have some water? Okay, thank you.
And I believe Vice Chair Davies' request would be to consolidate some time, and so I believe Ms. Christensen has some folks in the audience who are willing to concede their time, and so you may want to ask how much time she feels she'll need.
How much time are you putting together altogether, or need for your proposal?
No more than 20 minutes. But I have enough people here to facilitate that. If everyone could raise their hand who's willing to give up their time, we've got enough for 15 if you'll allow it.
15 it is.
Okay. Can we do 20 just in case you guys have questions?
We'll see where we get to after 15.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Can we make that full screen? Or just presentation mode? Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So here we have the outline that I will be taking you through tonight. I also went through the agenda packet over the weekend, like yourself, and made some notes. Without further ado, let's get started. Okay, welcome to Westwood Garden Apartments. This is a view looking into the courtyard from outside of first-story patio. We can see some of the proposed tree removal trees here. These were planted in the 60s and have offered some very beautiful landscaping additions. But moving on. So this is another view into the courtyard. So technically this space, according to city planning, is underutilized because it is within the zone where we have plumbing, electric hookups, et cetera, and so forth. However, I would like to acknowledge and just talk about tonight that access to green space is really important for not only health, but happiness. And I think if the pandemic taught us anything, it was that beauty and recreation is just as important as water for healthy living. So moving on, we've got some other views of the courtyard. So this is coming into the space. Now, if anyone hasn't gotten the chance to see the courtyard area, these are all for your benefit. So this area is used for picnicking. You can see one of the two playground equipment in the background. We grill here, get together. Okay. So one thing we're going to touch on tonight is personal private recreation space. So this is a view of the space that one of the tenants has in their backyard. So you can see it's being utilized here for gardening. There's a living wall made out of chard that also supports a lanternberry plant as well as other garden items in the garden. Adjacent to that is a greenhouse that's in the outdoor space that's provided with the apartment. And this greenhouse actually came with the apartment, suggesting that gardening is not just this tenant's activity, but has been a long-established activity at Westwood Garden Apartments. Go figure. Okay, next one. Okay, so diving into the apartment, here's the current floor plan of the apartments, and we can see shaded out there's the kind of Siamese twin construction that we have. So as part of the design of these apartments, there's directional light. So each apartment either has a western, eastern, south, or north facing window. So all of their light is one direction. So it is, the common infrastructure such as plumbing, gas connection, load-bearing walls, things like that is pretty smart from a design standpoint. And this layout is the majority of the apartments that are at Westwood Gardens. So we have 44 two-bedroom apartments, 8 one-bedroom, and 8 three-bedroom apartments, creating a diverse type of space for all of the residents. We have families, couples, friends, and individuals who live at the apartments. Okay? So, moving on. This is a big thing we're going to touch on. Relative privation. So relative privation, if you weren't aware, is a fallacy, also known as the not as bad as fallacy. So an example, relative privation is the logical fallacy that because something isn't the worst option, it's of lesser or no importance. For example, the second proposal to the Planning Commission is not as bad as the first, so the issues with the second plan don't matter as much because it's better than being homeless. So before we move on, keeping this as a framing question, but also Westwood Garden Apartments is a microcosm in a greater picture. We can look at Westwood Gardens as a mini gateway plan. A lot of the issues that the residents are coming up with could be ameliorated with things that are proposed to being provided in the gateway plan. We'll touch on more on this later, but let's move on. So again, here's a view of the private recreation space. We're looking at the view from the back door, and highlighted in red here is the new border or boundary line of the private recreation space with 48 square feet, which is smaller than the staff's table here, just for scale. So the issue that we have primarily with the reduction in the allotted square footage is not so much the fact that personal patio space is going to be reduced, although it is a very important factor, especially when you consider the patio is an important source of food. So it's not, the issue lies not only in the fact that this heavily utilized space is being reduced, but moreover, that this exception allows for the buildings to be placed unreasonably close together. This causes a number of grave issues which render any personal use space all but a formality. Okay. So we're going to dive a little bit more into the plan. As has been noted before, the 150 square foot reduction, the exception to the, it's been the exception so much that it has become the rule. So, yeah, that's kind of funny. But, you know, the proposal relies on this reduction of personal space. And it's not to be efficient necessarily as it is to be as compact as possible. And so we're going to take a look at the north-facing apartment here that's circled in yellow. There's a yellow icon there that displays sort of the viewpoint of where we would be in the next slide. But before we move on to that, so already this apartment, because it's northern-facing, it you know, gets northern light. It's not as much as western or southern or anything like that. But by placing a building directly in front of the light source, there's going to be a vast reduction in that. So this current layout, having direct sunlight for part of the day, inhibits mold growth and unhealthy living conditions, not only for the tenants, but also just for the structural integrity of the building. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So here's a visualization of where that building would be next to that apartment. So that icon right there is where we were looking down the line. Here we are. We are using the fence as a measurement for 12 feet so that we have an accurate display of where the new building would be in proportion to the next, as well as the sidewalk that passes in front of the tenant's bedroom windows that we see. Okay, next slide. So this is a current view of one of the second-story tenants. They have an eastern view, so nice morning light, you know, relative privacy. So, you know, the Westwood Garden apartments were built, vapor barriers were not necessary in construction. I'm not even sure if they were utilized at all. But the building materials were inherently stronger due to just, you know, the growth patterns of trees, you know, when that lumber was created. So much of the building's infrastructure is true to the original design and hasn't been updated, but it has been well maintained, very well maintained. And I think it's just a testament to the overall quality in general. So, you know, this is important. Direct sunlight is not only needed to ensure healthy living for residents, it's also needed to ensure that mold does not proliferate in the building structure. Okay, moving on. So here's a mock-up of what that view would look like out the window with the new building in front of it, as well as the reduced lighting. So while the building is set 12 feet away from the existing building with the added patio, 4-foot depth patio, we would only have 8 feet in between the two buildings, which, you know, is not only a concern when it comes to privacy. You know, having your blinds shut all the time when already you've got a dark apartment is bad enough. But in the event of a fire, this is a really grave consideration. Ensuring, you know, it's not necessarily enough space to ensure that fires can't jump from building to building easily, which in 2020 we saw a fatal fire actually at Meadowbrook Apartments, another Strombeck-owned property that features very compact apartment design. Okay. So here's a little view of the map, Westwood Garden Apartments, and the two current entrances that we've gone over. So if you've ever traveled down Alliance and you're trying to make a left into Westwood Garden Apartments, most of the time, not too bad. You might have to wait for a car to pass, but it's quite easy, you know, even if you're waiting for a minute, for cars to build up behind you. And so a lot of times people move over into the bike lane and pass you. So, you know, that's a concern for bikers. But
looking at, we'll move to the next one. Looking at the traffic study that was utilized for this project, it was using numbers from a traffic study done in March 2016, and then applied a 1.5% increase to the numbers that they found today. So W-Trans is based in Oakland and Santa Rosa, so they're not local to the area, and I do not doubt their expertise when it comes to traffic studies. However, they don't have an innate understanding of our locale. So their recommendations of just repaving the crosswalk as a traffic study is not enough. They do also reference adding a turning lane as well. However, with the proximity to James Creek, as well as the overall width of the road itself, this is improbable and very unlikely that you would even be able to add a turn lane there. So there's some questions and, just details to be considered. With this much growth in an area without adequate, transportation avenues is something to look at. And so this, I'll touch on later, but we can move on to the next one. So this is one of the trees that is proposed to be removed for Building 4 to be constructed. This redwood is 157 inches in circumference, or 50 feet in diameter. You can see the view in the garden and just how massive it is. It's a great focal point for the property. Next one. So this is the view from the redwood. This is what the proposed recreation space looks like. I don't know about you, but I certainly love recreating in English ivy. I do it quite often. I'm sure that everyone does, and I appreciate that it was so thoughtfully considered with our plan. If you can tell, I'm being extremely facetious, but we'll move on. We're going to take a look into, there's a typo on this page. It's not 418 square feet, it's 416 square feet. So this is one of the proposed floor plans for the 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment, which we should note, every single unit that's proposed in this plan is a 416 square foot, 1-bedder. So while that is, great for students, maybe even for seniors as well, it's not exactly simpatico with the community that we have already of families, of seniors, of couples, and friends. So to best complement the diverse number of people that live at Westwood Garden Apartments, we would strongly support a more diverse type of apartment to be incorporated into any future developments for this site, with guarantees in the form of community benefits agreements, or CBAs, in regards to the affordability and any other specific site changes. So again, we can see how Westwood Garden Apartments is creating this kind of mini framework for applying a lot of things that we've been talking about with the Gateway Area Plan. So while these, in the packet, these are described as affordable housing, there's no guarantee or assurances made to ensure affordability. And it should be noted that the developer is one of 3 developers in the area that own the majority of all multi-unit rentals in Arcata. And like I said before, while they don't have a monopoly, they do a very good job at matching each other's rates. Okay, I think we can move on. So I don't think it's necessarily right to come with a bunch of complaints and not offer any solutions. So just as an exercise in envisioning something better, we can look at the next slide just to put things into context. So height to combat sprawl. All of the buildings that we saw tonight are 2-story buildings, and while they do match the size and bulk, it does not complement. On page 51, it's described as coexisting and not conflicting. However, I would argue that because of that, it is a direct conflict with the buildings that are currently there. So shown here is the footprint of Sorrel Place, the 4-story apartment that is here in Arcata. 88 bedrooms, 44 units, 16 one-bedroom, 16 two-bedroom, and 11 three-bedrooms, all of which are a little bit larger than the current apartments at Westwood Gardens. So at 4 stories tall, this building would not be taller than the existing trees. So I don't think, even though it's taller than the existing buildings, it's not necessarily out of place in the sense that we're looking at. It's set back far enough away from the existing buildings that we still have privacy, and we're able to retain 90% of the green space. Now, like we heard before, permeable pavement is a drag to upkeep. What a big cost. And so, I'd like to just submit for consideration a different permeable flooring called grass and just earth. Okay, next and I think final slide. So maybe not the very last one, but so in conclusion, just to really make this super clear, the Housing Accountability Act does not limit the Planning Commission's discretionary authority in this project. You have discretionary review. You can review this with discretion. Move on to the next one, please. So yes, we need housing. We do need housing. But moreover, we need housing which will serve our community into the future. This project is objectively and practically inferior to the quality and standards that we as a community need to grow in a healthy way. The proposed plan is an obvious bid to extract as much profit from the community with no regard to well-being of current and future residents. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for giving me the time to show that. We as a community appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Sorry, go ahead, David.
Sorry, Vice Chair. Yeah, just a note on a quorum. In the Planning Commission, I understand the desire to express your appreciation, but just so that everyone can feel included, please no clapping or booing at the presenters. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this project?
I've got some handouts for it. Yes, thank you. I presented 2 handouts. In the packet, there is no solar shading. The applicant said that there is solar shading in the application. I took it upon myself to make some solar shading diagrams. I think in answer to your question, Commissioner Mayor, the gardens look like they'd be shaded quite a bit at the time. The difficulty that I have with this project is that the buildings are too close together. They each shades the other for at least 3 or 4 months of the year. When a person looks through the window of one building, they're looking directly across another building, sometimes just 12 feet away. Particularly the buildings that are on the perimeter, and specifically the one on the north side, it's, as has been pointed out, these people don't get much light anyway, and to have a 2-story building 12 feet away is a pretty difficult situation. In terms of the other handout that I have, there's 2 floor plans. One of them I presented a month ago, and it's the floor plan for these units hasn't changed. When someone walks in the front door, they're walking right into the kitchen sink. I think that could be improved tremendously. The other is the drawing of the ADA units. They're the same size as all the other units, 416 square feet. At least that's how it's indicated in the drawing. I think this is a really substandard ADA unit and should not be permittable. I think the developer could make the ADA units larger, perhaps 1.5 times as large. I didn't draw a wheelchair in this, so you have to use your imagination. I think it's almost impossible for a person to get around in. Smaller things, there's mention of playground equipment, but I don't see any playground equipment on the plans. The bicycle storage, while it's covered, I think they should be bike lockers. Having bicycles stored outside is not something that most bike owners would want to have for theft. And the 3D video that we saw was great, but does not show any solar shading. The existing private decks are 15 by 23 for some of the residents. That will be eliminated. And as I said, the buildings are just too close together. The criteria that I use in evaluating things is, would I live there? Would I let a child of mine live there or a relative live there? I would not in this case. It really seems substandard. Yes, there's a need for housing. I think there's just too many units in too small of a space. Thanks.
Thank you. Adam Taylor, resident. I want to apologize for my outburst earlier when the gentleman was explaining that the largest tree on the property was something other than the tree with a 48-inch diameter. I think any of us here would look at a grouping of trees, see a Douglas fir that I can put my arms around, and a redwood that would take 2 of me. I'm 6'7", have very long arms to hug, and to describe that as not the largest tree, I would say that person's trying to pull one over on you. Anyway, as noted before, the north building already gets very little light. When I first moved to this apartment complex, I lived on a 2nd-story unit there. It is north-facing, gets very little light in the winter, gets mold across the walls if you have something near the wall. Excuse me. If you are to put an additional 2-story building there, the people that live, particularly on the 1st floor, will essentially live in a tunnel. They'll have very little light, they'll have very little access to airflow because we only have air and access to light on one side of the existing units. To say that this is somehow simpatico with the original designs, perhaps if you think the original design is ugly, you can put a new ugly thing in there and it works. I think you're missing the point. And there are smarter ways to add additional housing. I emailed all of you. The buildings that are already here will fit in the courtyard and provide more bedrooms than are in this plan. I don't think I need to say anything else. There's a smarter way to utilize the space if you're going to utilize it for additional housing. You can make it good. You can make it a good place for people to live into the future. This is stupid. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I don't have a dog as a distraction right now. So I just want to remind you the future and being visionaries. And I'm going back to the past of my urban planning and landscape architecture classes back in the 70s at UC Davis. And I can't believe that it's 2022 and they're proposing a construction project like this in a historically well-designed, well-crafted complex already. And, you know, it just reminds me that we kind of don't look into the future. And Judith brought up some really great questions about cars and parking slots. And again, the future is not going to be cars and parking slots for people living in Arcata. And gas, what are we talking about? there's so much about this that is so dated and old, and it's not visionary or creative in any way, shape, or form. And the final slide that Raylina showed about why is this being done, that is the question. And yes, we need housing. We need livable housing for the future in Arcata, and this is not it.
Is there anybody waiting online to speak, David?
Yes, there is. Go ahead, Jane.
Good evening again. Looking at this plan, I am also appalled because it does not represent a creative use of the space. It could have been better designed, even by plunking the existing new. I mean, if you were willing to go up even one more story, then you could use much less space. Perhaps his people don't know how to build 3-story buildings or 4-story buildings. Maybe it's a good time to learn because that's what we're going to be building in the future. But I think this is not acceptable, and I really worry about the 12 feet between the buildings on the north side and the mold issues and the safety issues, fires jumping from one to the next. So I really think you should, we're not supposed to do the same old, same old. That was one of the criterion. And I think you should ask the owner developer to go back and try again, yet again, to see if he'd be willing to build something more than 2-story and jam it all together and cut off everybody's light. I don't think it has to be done this way. I think we can be much more creative, and I'd like to see us insist that that happen. It's feasible, it's cost effective, and I just think that's the way we ought to go. So if you don't set a standard now, when are you going to set it? So I think you should go ahead and set that standard at this point. I'd love to see you do that. We know better. We know we can do better. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks, Jane. That's all that we have online.
Public comment is closed on this item now, and yeah, did the applicant, thanks Dan, want to respond before we get to deliberations?
Thank you, Mike Nelson, Lyco Associates. Appreciate the opportunity to come back up. I'd like to, of course, answer any additional questions from the Planning Commission, but just a couple key points from the comments I wanted to point out. And we understand it's challenging to see things change in a neighborhood and in a community. We also understand there are a lot of different opinions and feelings about those things. But the challenge that we have for our team and for our client is to meet the requirements of the city of Arcata. California has very strong green building code requirements for energy, insulation, lighting, PV power, all of those requirements. And the city of Arcata has a very strong land use code that has been determined through multiple years of community meetings and outreach and discussion to come up with and adopt your land use code. A lot of the comments we've heard tonight, great comments. They should be brought into your land use code over its updates over time. They can't be brought in on every individual project each time. It's a challenge to meet all of the code requirements, and we have met them. So it doesn't mean there aren't other valid opinions, but we've met the requirements of your land use code. And our job is to analyze the proposed project on its merits against what the adopted standards and codes are. I just wanted to say thank you for that, and I'm happy to come back up if there are any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the Planning Commission? Judith, please.
Yeah, this is actually another question for staff. In the staff report, it says that you had checked with HCD and that this project does not appear to be subject to the Housing Accountability Act's provisions. So I'm just wondering, I may be getting the new state laws all mixed up with each other because there are so many of them. But was one, I think it might have been last year's SB 35 and not. The limitation on the number of public hearings for a project after which the project is deemed to be approved by right, the 5 meeting maximum. Is this project subject to that requirement? The reason I'm asking is because it gets down to our deliberations about does it make any sense to even think about sending the applicant back to the drawing board?
Yeah, no, those protections, there's a couple of different bills that do set limits on numbers of public hearings and requirements for, length of time that go between complete application and when the first public hearing happens, and other limitations on process that the city is afforded if they meet certain requirements. I believe what you're referring to is part of the Housing Accountability Act that requires no more than a handful of meetings before a decision is rendered. And this project is not subject to the Housing Accountability Act provisions because it doesn't have affordable housing. And as a market rate housing project, it's asking for exemptions.
Thank you.
Follow on that one. If it wasn't asking for exemptions, then, and they met all the objective standards, then it would be subject to the Housing Accountability Act, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And if it had a, if it met the affordability requirements of the Housing Accountability Act, even though it doesn't meet the objective standards, there are some concessions that are required that the city provide them through density bonus law, and so they could avail themselves of that, and they haven't asked for that at this point.
So the only objective standards that they haven't met are the private or outdoor space and the trash in the corner, right?
I'm going to ask Joe to address that.
Correct.
So if they met just those 2 things, then they would have met all the objective standards and we would have no discretionary review over this project? Is that correct?
Yeah, your discretion would be limited in that case, very, very limited, and basically limited to do they meet the objective standards, so yes.
Okay, so on objective standards, just a couple of follow-ups. For our land use code, distance between buildings, 12 feet is a minimum, or maximum, sorry, a minimum.
That's covered under the building code and fire code for the separations of buildings.
Okay, so within this project, there's nothing else that you've seen that doesn't meet those standards, aside from the 150 square feet and the trash?
Yes, technically that is true. And I think that, it does indicate, it's a test case for how we can improve our codes in the future to be a little bit more explicit. I think that part of what has happened here is that the state has continued to chip away at our discretion, whether they're market rate projects or not. And we've gotten into a habit of having discretionary review somewhat limited. And so, to that, I was concerned at our last meeting that the project would be subject to the Housing Accountability Act and that we'd be, limited in our discretion. The project does technically meet the requirements of the code, except for those that are being accepted. There are certainly times in the past when the Planning Commission has taken it upon itself in its discretion to, ask for changes to plans to better reflect, sort of this amorphous idea of the commission about what the vision was. If you, parse up, open space into, dysfunctional corridors, then you may still have met the open space requirements, but you haven't met the intent of the open space requirement. And so that could be something that the Planning Commission takes into, consideration. My assessment of the redesign based on the last meeting is that they've accomplished most of the objectives, not all of the objectives that the Planning Commission outlined. And in particular, the open space configurations that are publicly accessible, or, common open space areas for residents of the facility, are dispersed in smaller sections as opposed to what I believe the commission requested at its last hearing was something in the southern corner, that this area be opened up for public recreation. It's probably an equal or a greater area that's identified in this plan, and I think, this is what the Planning Commission's discretion should be applied to.
I'm a little confused there, David. If there's an objective standard that says you can count as public open space something that, and I don't know the standard exactly, but there was reference to 10 by 20, or I don't remember the numbers, but if an applicant meets those standards and can just show that there's an objective standard that's been met, how do you argue that?
Yeah, and again, this is where I think our shift in our thinking has moved away from very open-ended subjectivity towards trying to be a little bit more, concrete and identifying those objective standards that you've met them. Certainly I think we had, past planning commissioner speak to you at your last meeting saying, hey, use your discretion. It's yours. Go ahead and use it. As I'd mentioned before, I think we were a little concerned about that approach at the last meeting, depending on how it complied with the Housing Accountability Act. At this meeting, since we've verified that it's not subject to that, certainly you have the discretion to say, we, would be able to make the findings if you, provided for X, Y, and Z. Now, I've heard a lot of comments tonight from the public, and staff has made them as well to the applicant. Can't you put a 3-story building on here and create a little bit more open space? And the answer is that your discretion doesn't extend to the point where you should be designing the project from the DS. It's a kind of haphazard way of trying to get planning done. But, and there's nothing in our code that requires that they provide 3-story buildings. And so you're really, I think, going to have to struggle if you want to see some of these, balances, between the, the various items that you do have discretion over. You're going to have to, work through those as a commission and try and find a way that, is amenable to, the owner, something that can be designed, and really that you can, make strong findings for. The project is proposed, staff has prepared findings so that you can approve it. Based on those findings, we believe that it meets the objective standards. You've heard from a lot of people that they're feeling like, the open spaces aren't going to be adequate. It's your tough job to, weigh those and decide, well, do they meet the standard? Does it meet the intent? Certainly, there are other designs that, could have been better. There's absolutely no question about it, that, different people will have different opinions about what is better, though. And so that's the hard work that you have before you tonight, and I'm sorry that's not more help.
I'm still challenged here. I'm really trying to simplify the difference between subjective and objective standards. If we don't like the project, that's one thing, but if it fits the standards, it's really hard to reject it. If, I feel bad for that north building. It sucks. And 12 feet between buildings does seem minimal, but it's our land use code. Right. And we're not going to redo the land use code tonight. It's not going to happen. We're not even going to begin to open that can of worms. So if it fits all the objective standards, we don't have a whole lot of room here.
I think that is true in large part. You have a lot more discretion than I thought you had last week, but you would have some really hard findings to make if you're going to say a project that meets the standards that we've set out in our land use code isn't good enough. It again may indicate areas where we need to improve how we communicate what those, what that vision is through those standards.
Yeah, Kimberly, did you have anything you wanted to, questions or comments about this project?
I might, but it looks like, Judith, go ahead.
Okay, I guess I wiggled my hand around because I had a comment on what Dan was saying. It does seem like we're stuck between two hammers here. On the one hand, we do have the right to use our discretion. On the other hand, if we were to do that, to either send the applicant back to the drawing board or to deny the project, they could make some very minor changes in it and basically force the issue with the standards, and we would lose some of the good things about the project that the city would get by virtue of it being a planned development. When I was thinking about those hammers, I did go back to the land use code and looked up the definitions of the planned development combining zone. And one of the things that I found there is that it actually has contradictory purposes, and contradictory in a way that seems to come to a head in defining how much discretion we have and on what we have discretion for this project. And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, and even for those of us who are, I want to read the first paragraph of that design, of that language. It's the Land Use Code, Section 9.28.070, Planned Development, PD Combining Zone. It says, the purpose: the PD combining zone is intended to allow development of land as a single unit by taking advantage of modern site planning techniques to result in a more efficient use of land and a better living environment than is otherwise possible through strict application of development standards. The objective is to provide a means for project design to more effectively respond to on-site environmental resources, adjacent neighborhood character, and community needs than a project that is possible only in compliance with the requirements of the primary zoning district. Now, what that says is that because this is a planned development zone, we actually have more discretion than the basic underlying residential high density zone standards would give us. And because it has that planned development combining zone designation, even if it's never had a permit, it does seem that we have discretion that we can choose to use or not to use. The things that are ambiguous here are a bunch of definitions. What's a better living environment? We don't have objective standards for that. What's a more efficient use of land? The only definition we've had so far is one that relates to the landowner's profitability. And so we're kind of left hanging here. We do have a hammer in here that says that under the planned development zone, a landowner can ask for a 20% increase in density or floor area or number of units, depending on the nature of the site. 20% more than the 102 that we're already looking at. On the other hand, when we're looking at the need to protect the healthy living environment, taking away the light from north-facing units in that northern building doesn't seem the way to do it. And the code isn't really clear about whether we're talking about just healthy living environment for, trees and watersheds, or also the healthy living environment for residents. And so we have a sort of a funny ambiguity because we have these hyperlinks to some of the definitions, which in themselves are pretty ambiguous. We're stuck here because we can say no and set conditions for a developer, but we can't tell a landowner what to build. If we do send them back to the drawing board one more time, there's a chance that they may come up with something better. There's also a chance that they may just say, we're just going to get rid of those requests for concessions on the private recreational space and concessions on where the garbage dumpsters go, and then we probably don't get things like the riparian zone restoration or some of the other stuff. So it kind of leaves us in the lurch. There's also a chance that we could say no, and the applicant would then appeal it to the city council, who would say yes, but without the benefit of, our advice. So I'm glad this discussion is taking place, because I'm very much feeling, this two hammers hanging over our heads here. On the one hand, saying, as Raylena Crixton said, accept the better of two options, and on the other hand, saying that this is a unique piece of land with a unique set of site characteristics that have benefited residents there now for over 2 generations, and that the planned development zoning invites us to think of the site as a whole and to demand that the design of that site take into account those beneficial characteristics regardless of the legal maximum that the developer could build.
Judith, can I ask you a quick question along those lines? If the developer reapplied with the 150 square feet of private outdoor space and moved the trash away from the corner, do you think that the planned development overlay would allow us to still have discretionary review? Or would it just be then that's it?
I would ask staff about that, but I sort of wonder how a second-story apartment could get 150 square feet of private recreational space unless it's somehow designated in a garden plot or something else, in which case there aren't enough, there wouldn't be space for enough garden plots and still build 2-story buildings. So yeah, maybe staff can help on that one.
Yeah, as a theoretical question, if it met the standards, it would be subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and there would be no discretion.
Right, but there would also be not enough space in that site to provide that. Has anyone done those calculations?
No, I don't think anyone's done the calculations. It does seem like it might be doable. It also seems like because it hasn't been done before on any size unit, to the presentation that Mike Nelson made, about the relative proportions, it seems like it would be a complete waste of space, and that if the units were required to provide 150 square feet of something, they should provide 150 square feet more of living space, so that, you could have more residents. That would probably be a higher value for the community, I would guess, but,
I mean, essentially to boil down what you're saying, I think, is that there's a risk if we continue to ask for more that we may lose our ability to continue to have the same kind of oversight over the project.
Yeah, that's kind of a different way of saying it, but on the other hand, we certainly have the discretion to do that. We also have the discretion to say no. And we also have an opportunity to say, this configuration does give us some things that the previous one didn't, although it doesn't have those larger areas of open space anywhere on the site. And by asking for another round, we could get what we really want without having to feel that second hammer so closely on top of our heads.
I'd love to hear from Christian. Christian, do you have any comments you can share with us?
Yeah, it feels like we're at we're in between a rock and a hard spot in respect to this, decision-making process at the moment. And, lots of valid points are being brought up in regards of, how our land use codes read and what the expectations are, and the ability to interpret such things and how we interpret it. And I'm kind of at a juxtaposition right now, because I know we need to do what we need to do to move forward with having affordable housing, but again, or just housing in general. But we've heard the concerns of the public, but it seems that the way that this is presently designed, just in general, not only this project but our own land use codes, the applicant and his consultants aren't too far-fetched, and this is what we have to work with. So I'm just this is kind of a difficult decision right now. So I don't know if I really have much more to add at this point. So just continue to deliberate, I guess.
Chair, can I also just let you know that the property owner has raised his hand. I know it's after the deliberations, but they may have something to add.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Steve.
I guess, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say thank you. I've been listening to all this tonight, and I wanted to make one comment. It's not really that prevalent at this moment, but the one lady got up and mentioned about, as we develop the property, about parking and where people would park, and I wanted to address that and just say that we're going to do this in phases, so we're going to make sure everybody has plenty of parking, and I just appreciate her concerns. I appreciate all the concerns. We've worked really hard to do everything we've been asked within the law, and so I don't know, at this point in time, I am not willing to go up 3 or 4 stories. It's just cost prohibitive for us. We have looked into that and the costs, and it's just too expensive to do. So all these things that you guys have brought up, I appreciate, and I have taken into consideration. We feel like we do provide good housing in the city of Arcata. We maintain our properties, so I don't know what else to say at this point in time, except that we are going to do a good job. We're going to maintain them. We're going to provide some nice housing for people, and that's the type of business we're in, and we've been in that business for a long time. So that's it.
Thank you. I think for me, one of the things that's hard with this is that we're not only looking at the project and the merits of the project and how we think it's going to impact the site, but it's impossible for me not also to think in the background about the housing crisis that we're in Arcata, which affects the entire town and not just the people living at this apartment complex. The rates for rentals are so high in large part because we don't have enough supply. And so for me, that's something that I'm weighing in considering this project. I do appreciate the changes that the owners made. I understand the impacts and concerns of the residents, but I do feel like the project is in compliance with the code, and I'm having a difficult time finding a way for us to completely say no to it, despite some of the complications with the way that the plan is put together.
If we say no to this project, it's based on the outdoor private space and the trash setbacks. And if they tweak the trash setbacks a little bit and reduce that pull-in spot, they would have their 5 feet. So it really essentially comes down to the outdoor private space. All other code has been met. And it's really hard for me to wrap my head around. And it feels like the applicant, if they came back with, it's hard to wrap my head around requiring them to do, 150 square feet when nobody's had to do that for a very long time. And I feel like we need to revisit this at some land use code format, not here. There's lots and lots of complexes in Arcata that have gotten through us with less than 150 square feet. So that, and these small units, that I think the applicant made a good point of the proportion of space per unit that these patios would be, and it seems rather sensible. So if we can get our head past that, then we have to have something bigger to reject this on.
Yeah, I'm going to
speak up, somebody, if you have something.
Invoke John in his absence to just say that this makes sense because it meets our needs for affordable housing. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Okay. So, one of my concerns is that we can set precedent, and of course we have even a larger project coming up, which is the Gateway Area Plan. And so good enough could set precedent, but I also hear from the other folks that, we need housing now, and I'm looking at 102 units. We have 241 possible community members who can be housed. And then we have the question of, is there a guarantee if it's going to be affordable? I think Christian said it well, we're in a rock in a hard spot here. I also feel, to be fair to the developers, we asked them for some changes, and they came back, and, we are sparing some trees, albeit maybe not the ones that everybody wanted. We did save a lot of trees. I feel like if we want to make housing easy and want it to pencil out for developers, if we want to attract developers to come bring housing to us, then if we've asked them to tick the box and they ticked the box, then I feel like, I don't know that I'm saying a whole lot here. It's tough, and I guess we're going to be deliberating, or maybe that's what we're doing right now, but I haven't really heard anything definitive from anyone. So, Judith.
I think one of the important points here is that because it's a planned development zoning area, we are compelled to consider the site as a whole. And we have the discretion to do so in a way that doesn't necessarily wed us to the minutia of some of the underlying zoning standards. We can look at things like whose apartment's going to get moldy as a result. We can look at a common open space rather than a private open space site design that pretty much completely eliminates the distinguishing feature of the site as it exists now for its current tenants, by dividing up the open spaces into teeny tiny areas. So we actually have the discretion to do that. And the danger, of course, is that if we continue to ask for changes, the developer, as Steve Strombeck just called in and said, is going to just said, no, this is what we're proposing. And he didn't say take it or leave it, for which I thank him and the LACO consultants very much, but that may be what we're looking at. The thing that we've got here, other than the discretion to look at the site as a whole and say, wow, the underlying standards make no sense in this case. 2,000 square feet is based on 31 apartments. We've got 102. And so you quadruple that and you've got 8,000 square feet divided in teeny tiny areas, which, that's a problem with our code. But the planned development designation means that we can look at the site and say, it's a problem with this design.
So if you were giving direction to the applicant in terms of a rejection, what would it be?
I think I said it last time, the distinguishing feature of this site is actually, among other things, but especially that big area of open space in the middle. Putting pervious pavement and getting the parking in the middle, off the street and under a structure kind of helps a little bit, but it doesn't give us any significant open space in the middle of the development. It overbuilds the site, even if the underlying zoning says that's okay. The planned development look at the site as a whole says it's not. And if the planned development purpose says that the developer or that we have the opportunity to use modern site design for better living environments, we're seeing a case where that modern site design that puts value on that access to air and green space isn't being exercised. And so it's not really serving that purpose of the planned development. I would kind of stop complaining too loud if there were significant larger open space within that development, and if we didn't have a guarantee of dark, no ventilation, moldy apartments in any of those buildings. And I think that there are ways for the developer to do that. We've heard a few suggestions of how one might be to build less than the maximum allowable number of units.
Is it not true that this is less than the maximum allowable number of units for this spot, that the developer is not asking for the maximum?
Let me look that up.
While you look at that, I think, again, I'm just concerned that we're rehashing our land use code here in a way that doesn't feel really productive.
I just wanted to ask, I wasn't sure if Judith was done speaking.
I can be done, but I guess I was suggesting, what would make me say yes, rather than what would make me say no. And as far as the allowable number of units here, the sticky point is that because it's a planned development, the developer could actually ask for 20% more than that even, and hasn't done that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and I do want to point out too, and this was part of the applicant's presentation, that all of the private open common spaces, the outdoor common spaces do meet at least the minimum code standard, which is 20 by 10. And so the discussion that you had earlier, and the question that I kind of danced around when Commissioner Tagny asked me if you have the discretion to do that. I mean, theoretically, you could say, well, we think that, the best way to meet the open space standard is to have a large area in the middle that is open, to the residents, to replicate what's there now. I don't know that the planned development permit gives you any more discretion than you have with any other permit process. I've heard Commissioner Mayer make that statement that you have some special access to discretion that you wouldn't otherwise have. I don't think that you do. I think you have the same kind of discretion that you would otherwise have. And it's, your discretion is to, do these dispersed, open spaces, outdoor open spaces, to address specifically this concern. Do they meet the intent of the code, or do they not? And if they don't, then there may be a modification that you would request that better met that code requirement. There are a lot of things that came up in the public comment tonight that you simply don't have the discretion to request or require through conditions of approval. Making the buildings go to 3 or 4 stories, requiring community benefits. Those kinds of changes to the project would make it better. And I understand the concept that, because a project is, not as bad as it could be, doesn't mean that it's a good project. And I don't think anyone is claiming that. And I think your compatibility discussion that you had last time is largely around this issue as well. I think to Commissioner White's point, the applicant did go back after your last meeting where you gave pretty clear direction as to how they should modify the project, and it appears that they've accomplished those goals. I do want to note too that the area that you had identified previously for a public outdoor space, or common outdoor space, would also be shaded.
I don't think it was quite there. I thought it was on the other side of that existing building, to the north, somewhere right in there. Because that's the area where he said, well, I could get rid of that one building.
Okay.
I thought.
Okay, you may be right. Yeah, maybe I'm pointing to the wrong space. So here's where it's been incorporated here.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to move to approve the plan development amendment, tree removal permit, and design review permit for Westwood Garden Apartments at 2351 Westwood Court.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
Can I speak?
Go ahead, Judith.
I'm actually not going to second that, but I would point out that if we do allow this proposal to die for lack of a second or a vote, it is fairly likely that the applicant will come back with that other basic project, which gets us kind of nothing. I'm really tempted to second the motion so that we can actually have a vote, even if the vote is to say no. I suspect that we will come back with a project that is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and for which we will have little or no discretion, or that then the city council will make its decision without us.
Is that a second?
No, it's
Sounded
not.
so
it's,
close.
It's me feeling extreme angst over this and talking some more. Give us another second to think this through. Another second to.
Christian or Kimberly?
Let's take a vote. I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so that takes care of my guilt trip. I'm going to say no, just so that it's clear that it's not unanimous.
Motion pass. I think we can get the chair back now.
Okay, how is everybody? Okay, does anybody need a break? Yeah, need a break? Do you guys need a break? Or should we move forward?
We're ready to rock and roll. Five?
Okay, five-minute break.
Okay.
Okay.
So 8:28?
So it looks like we're back from our break, well-deserved break for the commissioners. So our next business item is to consider recommendation to City Council on the Gateway Area Plan. So we're going to continue where we left off. And although we do have a staff report, I just want to get everybody caught up. So I'm just going to go over what happened at last meeting on the 11th. We took some time to identify the issues or the stumbling blocks that were keeping us as a commission from making decisions on what is arguably the biggest major project in Arcata. We managed to condense the issues down to 6 of the biggest issues, and we're going to discuss what we as a commission need in order to satisfy our concerns so we can move forward and make informed, well thought out decisions regarding the Gateway Code. And then at the end of the meeting, Judith Mayer made a motion that was approved to direct staff to request resources to develop with outside expertise in the scope of work to expand funding to develop the Gateway Code. So that's kind of where we left off. I think that is that a good condensed version of what happened on the meeting on the 11th, everyone? Okay, so we'll move forward. So can we get a staff report, David?
Yeah, and again, I'll be brief and leave it to your questions to fill in the gaps. We had a pretty lengthy discussion about what the process was last time. It's labeled, it's also listed in your staff report as it was last time as well. And we've sent out the spreadsheet, the updated spreadsheet. My colleagues worked on that and sent that out to you, and that's where our starting point will be today. Last time, as you'd mentioned, we worked on the major concerns. The Planning Commission identified 6 major concerns that it wanted to start with. And so today we're going to start with the top 6 and start identifying the solution set. As we did last time, we'll have the opportunity for the public to provide their input into the solution sets through Slido. So they'll be able to access either through this QR code shown on the screen or through slido.com and adding PC 10-25 as the Slido you're trying to participate in. You'll be able to join to add ideas around each of these 6 areas and the solutions that might help to resolve those. Planning Commission will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. We have, I believe, David Case is in the building and will be happy to join us. We also have, he's our Assistant City Engineer, or Deputy Director of Engineering and Building. We also have Emily Sinkhorn, our Environmental Services Director, and then Community Development staff. And we've all been tasked with trying to become knowledgeable about what is in the record or what's proposed to be in the record through this process. And again, the intent is for you to identify one of 4 buckets for each of these concerns. We believe there is, the first bucket is we believe there is enough information in the record now and or will be developed, and we don't need any additional resources for this issue. We believe there's information in the record, but we'd like another study to do specifically what. So you would be identifying specifically what that additional study would do. The third bucket is we understand the information in the record, we understand what's being developed, but we'd still like to hear from, a small panel of experts on this topic, and or we would like to have a subcommittee of the Planning Commission and or working group convened to help us with this topic area. So those are the 4 buckets that you're trying to sort these into using these solution sets and anything recommended by the community through Slido. Just to orient to the list again, we have, and I'm going to hide a couple of these columns so that we can see this, the solution sets better, but we had the specific the specific concern identified in this column, some of the resources that were available, and then specific links to those resources. The ones with the X are the solution or the concerns that were identified by the commission that they wanted to delve into more. The ones with the numeral 1 were first priority. I'm now going to hide these so we have more room, and we can look at those again if you'd like. We'll have more room to look at these solution sets. Anything that the commission at its last meeting said, no, we're not interested in pursuing that further, has been hidden from this list. I believe those are still available if we need to get to them, but they're not on the list now. And our objective for tonight is to attempt to get through this top 6. Are there any questions?
Yeah. What are the top 6? Am I seeing them up there?
You're
or
seeing
I'm
them here
a
now,
little
yes.
confused.
The top 6 were liquefaction and geotech concerns, and this was primarily around the Barrel District, although I'll note that the entire Gateway area is in a moderate liquefaction area. The entire bottomlands in the city of Arcata is in a moderate liquefaction or high liquefaction area. Sea level rise was the second one. These aren't necessarily in order. Wastewater treatment plant capacity and vulnerability were combined for a third. Fire and police services, adequate staffing and equipment was a fourth. Lack of multimodal infrastructure, and then infrastructure impacts was a second, and we can either combine those or try and distinguish between the two of them through this meeting. And then ownership opportunities was the next.
There's
And-
actually 8, sorry.
Okay. 8 is the new 6. And then the L and K couplet impacts.
And is the form-based code off the list because that recommendation already went to the city council? Okay, thanks.
Form-based code will be going to the city council on November 16th to make a recommendation for the expanded scope, which we believe is going to be a budget of approximately $100,000. Okay, so with that, are there any other questions?
I was told last time that we would have an opportunity to request other resources. Would that be at a later date? We probably need to get through these first.
Other resources or other concerns?
Well, they
Yep.
might fold into these, but I had specific requests of resources that we ran out of. Dan had given 5, and I think there was another, so we hit 8.
Yeah, the objective tonight is to identify those resources. And so if you have something that falls under one of these categories and you'd like to list it out, maybe you think, for instance, on the sea level rise, you'd like to see a new study. And if you can get a majority of planning commissioners to support that new study, given everything else that we've got listed there, then the recommendation will be made to the city council. Please allocate additional funds to produce this study for sea level rise, for example.
Okay, so could we request particular experts at this time?
I would suggest that you leave that for a latter discussion, that if you want to have a panel of experts come and speak to you on a subject that you say, I feel like we need a panel of experts on this subject, you get a majority of folks to say, yeah, that we want to do that. And then we'll get through the material, and then we'll come back around and start going through a process of how do we identify who those people are that are going to come and speak to you.
Okay, so I don't know, because I'm sorry, I can't see it very well, and I wasn't able to find that particular, in our packet, the layout. So I guess, is standard of cover in there under the Arcata Fire District?
You did mention that last time
Okay,
when we
great.
added it to the list.
Thank you,
It's-
sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've been asked to show the QR code, yeah, and absolutely. Oops. What happened here? Yeah.
Judith?
Trying to keep it exciting.
Hi, I have another question for staff. And thank you very much, Jennifer Dart, for sending out the chart this afternoon. I got it by email about an hour before this meeting, and for filling out some of the additional material. If today we're only going to be addressing 6 of these items, what happens to the rest of the list? And when do we address that? It's a 3-page list, and 6 doesn't even get to the bottom of the first page.
Yeah, so the The idea was to start with the top 6 so that we could prioritize the list here. If we can get through those 6 tonight, that would be amazing. We'd have some good direction to start working from. You know, certainly if we can get through more than that tonight, that would be more than amazing. And then if there are other items that the commission wants to take up at a later meeting, you can certainly continue on with that. But the idea was to try and prioritize last time.
Let's tackle one and see how it goes.
Is everybody good with that? So we've got the Slido. Folks can participate. We're going to start with liquefaction and geotech. And again, the idea here is that we're going to be adding to the solution set. Right now we have the EIR will include an analysis of soils generally, and as we've described previously, that the project level foundation studies will identify what those specific foundation requirements are regardless of building height. Not sure if David's in the, yeah, do you want to? We're going to go see if David Case is available, if you have more detailed questions. But this is basically what we've come to date. And so right now, the EIR is going to identify the soils and geologies generally, and then leave it to project level decisions. And so if you have other things that you'd like to add to that, I'm seeing from the public to limit the building heights. I'll note that the buildings will still need foundation studies for moderate liquefaction.
Judith?
Yeah, this may actually be later on in our list, but my sense is that the project basis comes way after when the gap would need to be adopted rather than in the gap itself. And the EIR under CEQA, I think is designed to consider the impacts of a project on the environment, not the impacts of the environment on the project. And so somewhere in there, we would need studies that would give us some modeling of things like groundwater under various sea level rise or flooding scenarios for the southern part of that site. And I think that's something that probably goes beyond what an EIR typically does. And it's also something that needs to happen before we get to a project by project construction scenario. So somewhere that needs to be in there, and it doesn't quite come out until way on the bottom of the list, the way I'm reading the long list now. So I think we need that up front somewhere other than in the EIR.
The next section is sea level rise.
Well, it's not just sea level rise. It's groundwater in general, right? So, do we have that?
Can't the city use existing data from, let's say, from GeoTracker or EnviroStore to essentially, make best judgments in regards of where groundwater is, let's just say in regards of, the period of time in which it was measured, or, is there any other facilities that we have within the approximate area where there's existing groundwater wells, that can be discovered to measure, depth of groundwater? Is it feasible?
I think that without, commenting on the specific methodology, since I'm not an expert in this area, I guess I would say that if the Planning Commission decides that that's the type of study that it feels like it needs, then it can make that recommendation to the City Council. And we would probably leave it to the experts in that field to develop the methodology. Groundwater from sea level rise is somewhat speculative. But we also can point to examples, around the world where, communities are living with groundwater. The city of Arcata, if we have, higher rates of sea level rise, will be living with groundwater and having to manage that as well. And so I don't know, what specifically the methodology would be. But I can tell you that I'm sure that there's an expert out there that would be more than happy to provide us a report if that's what the commission wants and the council
So
authorizes.
could we add something in there under what the planning commission wants, that we'd like at least a review of appropriate modeling before we get to an EIR and before we get to a project basis? Because, I mean, you can put it in the EIR, but, typically that's not where we would find it.
Yeah, the EIR is going to identify the soils and geology impacts, not groundwater impacts necessarily, and certainly not groundwater impacts as a result of sea level rise. And so if that's something that the commission feels is important enough to make a decision on, or to have the information for before you make this decision, then make that recommendation.
David, wouldn't groundwater be incorporated into the water quality component of CEQA?
I'm talking more about things that would relate to the liquefaction and the geotech, not just water quality. So, yeah, I mean, you can put it anywhere. I just figured that having it somewhere that links up with places where one would expect to look for those risks would be appropriate. And this happens to be a risk, a risk analysis, in effect.
So that we have it there, groundwater study, to identify impacts related to sea level rise? Is that where you're going with that, David? Okay. Is that, I'm just asking as a point of order, is that now due to satisfy your goal? And so the commission's just trying to flesh out that list, right? Is that correct?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter whether it's here or under sea level rise.
Or both.
Or both, or risk analysis for public safety. But I don't think we can, it doesn't quite fit in the format of the EIR, and I don't think we can wait until we have a project by project analysis.
Okay, and then it says make a subcommittee. Did we agree on that?
I think what you're asking about is the process. Are we just throwing ideas out, or are we now approving these? So that's, I think, what Dan's question is.
Yeah,
What's,
so
what's happening?
We're just now, we closed the Slido poll. We've got about 10 things or so that have come up related to the liquefaction and geotech. Some of them relate real directly to this. Some of them don't. We're going to put them all down here. And as a process, I think it would be good for the Planning Commission to go through and say, either, with the additional ones that we've added here below the first two, either we want to explore this more and it fits into one of those 4 buckets for us. So, yes, I want to explore it, or no, I don't want to explore it. Yes, I want to, limit the building height to 3 or 4 stories. Or no, I don't want to limit the building height to 3 or 4 stories, or, I need, additional information on that.
So we're taking like a straw poll on each one of these?
Each one of those, or if somebody has, wants to put forward and say, look, I think this one among those ones, this is the only one I'd support. Do I have a majority of folks that feel that same way? That's another way of going about it.
I have a few questions. So first off, the commission, if we could give some solid direction to staff. I don't want them to be chasing their tails. So we need to give them specifics on what we really need. And the other thing is, how exactly does this work? So I assume we're talking specifically about the Beryl District. It seems like it has the most trouble. Are we saying that we're actually going to go on to people's private property and do these studies for them? Isn't this something that the owner of the property, when they go to sell it, or the person that wants to buy the property and build and develop it, don't they need to pay for these studies? Or are we actually going to pay for these studies as the city? So
Yeah, no,
how exactly is this going to work?
Yeah, so the EIR is going to be a high-level study. It's basically going to look at the existing information, say the entire gateway area is inside a moderate liquefaction zone. And so the mitigation measures associated with that will be to do site-specific foundation studies, depending on the design of the building, and have those approved through R1, R2, for example, type reports. To do a more detailed study of groundwater to identify future impacts related to sea level rise, that would be more of a modeling exercise, and it would be it would have a margin of error. We wouldn't be able to do this study and say, aha, we know exactly what areas to avoid now. We would have some estimates as to what would happen with groundwater, and the study could be done. It could inform decisions about where appropriate places are to build, or what appropriate mitigations would be to to handle the water that ultimately will be that we're ultimately going to have to manage. It's not currently identified as except inside of the context of the sea level rise adaptation strategies more broadly. It's not currently identified as a gateway-specific targeted tool for identifying, where we should and shouldn't build, or what heights to build to, and that sort of thing.
Okay, when you say we're not building. I just want to make the public knows that developers are going to come in and
where we should plan.
We're
for.
rolling out the red carpet here,
Exactly.
so hopefully they'll come in and build. So, one more thing before I forget, I did want to revisit what you guys talked about at your October 11th meeting regarding building height. So let me know when we're ready to talk about that. So, and I also do want to point out that when developers come in, they have to, it's a lot of work. They're going to hire engineers, they're going to hire architects, they're going to, their plans are going to be submitted to the city. They'll probably go to yet another third-party plan checker. People aren't going to be able to just slap up some building that's going to tip over. There's going to be a lot of engineering that's going to be involved. And if it's feasible, they'll build. If it's not, they won't. And then we might have to revisit, with the height in the Barrel District. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I also wanted to point, I concur with the chair's assessment. What we're looking at here, the EIR is definitely the 30,000-foot view of what the conditions are, in regards of, do we have relatively high groundwater? Do we have high, medium, or low potential for liquefaction? But that's basically all we can really do at this level of a study. In respects to site-specific related work, specific liquefaction studies will have to be conducted in coordination with the actual foundational recommendations. Investigations include, drilling to 50 feet of depth or greater, usually 20 feet past the tip elevation of said piles, and all that work and all that effort will come out in site investigations, specific to that development, whether it's a 3-story building or a 4-story building or a 1-story building. That's just the required work that's required by the California Geological Survey, by the California Building Codes, So I think, the approach that we have right now is consistent with what any other, city or county government would do at this level of study and work.
Are you saying then, Christian, that you're comfortable regarding liquefaction and geotech that we are in bucket number 1, which is to say we're all good with studies, including the EIR and project level foundation studies?
That's what we have to do. Ultimately we're talking, if we're talking about groundwater studies and, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, to get a certified hydrogeologist, they're going to look at, ancillary data. They're going to look at available information. Maybe they can go out and drill, some monitoring wells, but again, that's at our own costs of our own community. And this can rapidly, sort of spiral out of control, unless we have parameters in which, our consultant can work. And I don't think any of, ultimately, majority of of our commission, won't really understand what the results are anyways, besides the higher level executive review of those documents. And that information will then be used by, developers or, community members ultimately. As far as our EIR, I think we have the information that has been, that's either, been presented by the county or by the city, which was, that was provided by the California Geologic Survey. A lot of the information in respects to these structures and how they're going to be constructed, at least foundationally, is going to be flushed out in respects to site-specific investigations.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like I think we're all painfully aware of what our ground is like here. And I feel like we just have to leave it up to the developers to,
To put it into context, the last thing we just approved, LACO, I think, drilled 3 holes for their liquefaction study for 2-story buildings. So, just to put it into context in respects to, the work that goes into, development in, within our city. So, and it's a requirement. So just to put things into context.
Yeah, I agree. That's why, especially in the Barrel District, I don't feel like we should have a minimum, but I definitely feel like we should have a maximum building height. But on that one, liquefaction, geotech, I feel like I'm almost an expert. I've read so much. David has sent us so much information, and
So are we on bucket number 1?
I'm on bucket number 1.
I'm on bucket number 1.
Though I'd love to have more information because it's interesting, but I feel like I'm on bucket number 1, yeah.
So, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but as we talk about the Barrel District, and I'm looking at our little spreadsheet, and it has that we have David and Emily as experts, and I would agree. Is it inappropriate, though, to ask for, say, other experts to help inform our decision on the maximum building height, say for in the Barrel District, to ask for if there is a civil engineer who would be willing to come and maybe not even charge us because they're just passionate about Arcata?
I don't know.
Certainly, an engineer can come and speak to you at any time. I think this was pointed out last
We have
time.
an
And if
engineer
the
on
planning
staff.
commission wants to, request that we try and source those experts, then that's the purpose of this. So what I'm hearing is that you'd like to add, or that you'd like to, second, making a subcommittee or having a presentation by a panel of experts.
I guess, yeah, there's a couple folks that I feel it would behoove us that I've had the opportunity to talk to on my own, but I think that the public maybe would benefit from hearing from them, and I don't know, perhaps the Planning Commission, and some people that have been recommended in addition to Alderon Laird would be Jeff Anderson, who's a civil engineer and expert on sea level rise and liquefaction. I'm wondering why maybe we could invite, I don't know, do we have to go to the California Coastal Commission individually, or is it something that we could perhaps have some particular questions that we could ask them
Don't
to
we
help?
have an engineer on staff?
We do, and.
Is he civil?
Yeah, he's, I believe Nature is a civil engineer. I believe David Case is also a civil engineer. Again, the answer is yes. If the Planning Commission as a body wishes to ask for presentations from, panels of experts, we'd be happy to try and source them.
Okay, so let's vote on, what bucket list is that first one? Liquefaction, geotech.
Bucket 1.
What about you, Judith? Did you write down your bucket list?
I'd say it's bucket 3 for me.
You understand, but you understand, but you still need more, and it sounds like your bucket list 3 also, Kimberly?
We're looking over
We're still on,
Yes.
liquefaction, geotech.
Yeah.
What about you, Dan?
I'm bucket 1.
Okay, so two of you need more. What exactly do you want?
Christian,
Yeah, let's
Oh,
hear Christian.
You're bucket list one, right, Christian?
Bucket list one
Because
for
you're
now.
already, yeah, you could. I'm bucket list one. But, so. Okay. Okay.
And we can go through that through, like, the next one would be sea level rise, which was actually more of a concern of mine than the
Okay.
liquefaction.
Let's, okay, so, sounds like it's bucket list one on that one.
Sounds like bucket list one. I just, for the sake of process, want to point out that we've added the items that have come in from the Slido, is what it's called.
Okay.
And so technical experts topic working group, I believe this is the same as make a subcommittee, quantitative scientific poll specific about gap preferences. I don't see how this relates to this topic area. Reduce risk of loss and peril by reducing density, same as building height 3 and 4 stories. Would you like to act on any of those?
Yeah, can I point out too that there were actually several others that we didn't add in that weren't related at all, because I started to add all of them and realized many of them don't relate. So there was actually 3 or 4 other suggestions that aren't really directly related to this particular topic. They may be relevant elsewhere, and I'm happy to read them to you if you'd like to see them. But inclusionary zoning was one of them. Rental square footage cap for residential buildings for landlords with 20 or more units.
What was that last one?
let's not slow.
I'm happy to
ourselves
add, I'm
down.
happy to add them all. I'm just telling you that some of them are not relevant to this particular topic,
If
so
they're
it may
not
not make
relevant to the
sense.
topic, then people are gonna have to put them under
Yeah.
the category they belong under.
Okay.
Yeah, those are good, but they're not relevant to this.
Okay, can we differentiate on the list between things that either are already on the list or that the planning commissioner's staff suggest and things that happen to come in on the Slido? I think we got really stuck last night with dumping everything in the same place, to the point where we couldn't actually use it as a decision-making tool.
If it has a reference, something in the reference box, then it's already on the list. Otherwise, we'll identify them as yellow. Does that work?
Yes, that works.
Could I ask a quick question, Jen? Will we capture those things that didn't fit in this box anyway?
Yep,
All right,
everything.
perfect, thank you.
Everything with Slido's capturable.
Okay, so.
And I think going forward, maybe it would be easier, I was just talking to David, maybe it would be easier if we just show you the Slido at the end and you can look through everyone's suggestions instead of trying to add them, because it does make it more difficult to try and piece through which ones are relevant and which ones are not.
That would be helpful.
Okay, great.
Okay, I would like that. So I just have to say, I'm sorry, this is not turning out to be a great night because one of the commissioners needs to leave in 15 minutes. So before we move on to the next sea level rise, can I just talk about something at the last meeting on October 11th? I heard that the people that missed it, if they had something significant to say, they should say it. And I want to say it now before we move on, because I think that we made we made a really kind of a major, it was mistake with the building height. I mean, how it's measured. I think the height should be measured in feet, and it should not be measured in stories, because it's form-based code. It's all about form. And so that was a big mistake. I don't think we should be talking about stories anymore. And so I think we almost think, I'm sorry, but I think we need to revisit the whole height thing. Because, for example, so I just got on Google and I tried to measure on my own. I'm not super good, but I bet you I'm really close. So the Jacoby Storehouse, which is just here on the 7th Street, which is the tallest side, it's 55 feet and 4 stories. Then the Sorrel place is 4 stories and it's 45 feet tall. So that's a big difference, and they're both 4 stories. So there's a huge difference between stories. So we need to be talking feet. And then just for fun, I thought, well, what's the tallest building in Arcata? I don't know what it is. I guessed it was the Behavior and Science Building. That's 5 stories and it's 88 feet tall. And then when we go down, and remember that 88 feet tall, because then we go down to the previous Gateway draft plan, they have 8 stories at 90 feet tall, which is only 2 feet smaller. So at our next meeting, I think we need to revisit and decide on heights based on feet and not stories. I just wanted to get that out there so you guys can be thinking about it. Do we have time to do one more, or do you have to leave? Because we can maybe do the sea level rise real quick, or get something done, one
I
more
don't
thing.
think we can do sea level rise real quick. What if we jumped over it to something else?
What are
Like
these
police
things?
and fire.
Oh, police, well, I don't know how quick that's gonna be, but let's talk about it. Police and fire, let's do that one next. Okay. So the police and fire, I did talk to Randy Mendoza, who is the president of the board, and learned the fire board, right? Arcata Fire. And I'm a little bit concerned about building any kind of building that can't have immediate search and rescue to. Right now, we have to get everybody knows this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Right now, we have to borrow, if anything's over, how many stories, or how tall? 30, 40 feet? We don't have a fire truck here locally that can rescue those people. We have to get it from Humboldt Bay. That's if it's available, and if it is available, it takes 15 minutes, and you're going to die from the smoke inhalation. There's going to be no point. So we have a lot to talk about, and I think we need to bring them in and ask some really hard questions, and we need to make sure any projects that come before us are safe, and our residents are safe. So I have a lot of things to talk about, and then I also have a lot of things to ask them about Cal Poly also, because they are building a 7-story, I don't know how tall their 7 stories are at the Craftsman's Mall, and it's not getting paid for, because they don't pay taxes on anything, and the fire department only gets their money through property taxes. So I have a lot of questions for the fire chief, and that's probably the only expert we need to have in, maybe somebody from CAL FIRE, or
I actually would like to piggyback on that. I had an opportunity to interview Eric Loudenslager from Arcata Fire District, and his concern wasn't so much that we didn't have the truck, which is $1.5 million, but more the staffing for the truck. So like right now, we have 6 people, not counting the duty officer, which would make 7. But in order to reach, say, a 6, 7, or 8-story building, we're going to need 39 to 41 firefighters. And that's what's going to be hitting us hard. The truck, not a big concern, he said. More concern is the staffing of the truck. So I definitely feel like we want to bring in these experts to help inform our decision on building height. And as pointed out by Julie, Cal Poly Humboldt does not have infrastructure. They don't have their own fire department. So we need to have that discussion.
David, can staff weigh in on the conversations, the state of the conversations with the fire department? I know these have been ongoing discussions about this issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a little bit of what I've heard from planning commissioners and the chair, and Justin McDonald, our fire chief for Arcata Fire Protection District, is more than happy to come and speak to you. We've been trying to, figure out a time that works for everyone. And I think that, my read on our conversations is that they are, happy to be involved in, discussing the mitigations that could be incorporated into the EIR to address their concerns. They recognize that, we're not going to get 3,500 units, overnight in the Gateway area, that this is going to be a slow build of projects over time, and that, over that course of time, they will also, expand their, their revenue streams, as things develop. There'll be higher property taxes, for example, and we can get into it in more detail. This is just sort of a light overview of the discussions
you
that
don't
we've
mean
had.
higher property taxes, you mean more property taxes, right?
Higher property taxes. If you have a piece of property right now that is
We're gonna
vacant or
have to pay higher property
underutilized,
taxes?
I'm talking about the tax base. So right now, if you have a vacant property, its tax value is low. If you build a multi-million-dollar building on top of that vacant property, that property's tax value goes up. As you start to get investment over the course of time in all of these different areas that are serviced by the Arcata Fire Protection District, the Arcata Police Department, the revenues from those tax streams to those budgets, to those agencies goes up, and they'll be able to hire people to help service the fires. Also wanted to point out that, without new buildings for those firefighters to live in, we won't have them to fight the fire. So it's a little bit of, legwork to build together as a community. Justin is happy to come and speak to us. Our fire marshal has also been reached out to. We've got a conversation set to discuss some of the mitigation measures. One of the things that we talked about in particular, given the transition challenges that we'll have, it'll be a long time before, it'll be more than likely a longer period of time before we have the revenues to be able to hire, the resources that we need in any given agency, or to have the full breadth of support from the different agencies. All the agencies support one another. Anytime there's a fire anywhere in the county, all of the agencies, if they have resources, come and support one another. But at the same time, they're going to need to build. In order to have that build, there are going to be projects that are not serviced in the meantime. So one of the things that we talked about was trying to incorporate higher tier fire protection that are in the building code and the fire code into lower tier buildings as one potential mitigation measure. So perhaps, higher output sprinklers, sprinklers that are designed to extinguish fires and not just designed for life safety, for example. Ensuring that, those building code requirements that are designed for larger buildings are incorporated at lower levels, because we recognize we don't have human resources to protect those buildings, and we're going to need to rely on mechanical resources. So there's a lot that we've started discussions about, and I think, there's a good conversation, and I think it would be great for the Planning Commission to hear from those individuals.
Is there, so that we talked mostly about fire, not police, is there somebody that just is the finance officer for our tax base that would want to present and talk about how this increased tax stream benefits fire and
I can put
police,
something
or
together for you that shows, kind of a model. We had an intern who was looking at this, and I believe that work is close to being ready to release.
So the only thing that just went on our list is to get a presentation from the fire department, and then city staff will handle the financial presentation.
Oh, I wrote it.
I'm sorry,
You're just
Commissioner.
looking for things to add to the list of action items that the city needs to, or staff needs to do to support us, right?
Right.
And so presentation from fire department, I think we all agree on, and now some kind of fiscal presentation about tax base, revenue stream. Is there anything else?
Can we just go through and do a straw poll real quick on all of those?
Can I ask a question first? Way down on our list, we've got infrastructure impacts, where there's financing. Fiscal impacts is on the second page. They're kind of distributed all over, and we've had some mention of some various new types of assessment districts for environmental infrastructure. I think we need to have a much clearer idea as a commission what all those revenue streams are together, not just for fire, but also potentially for wastewater. And unless we have that concept in front of us, it is difficult to move forward. We've heard mention of several kinds of districts and several kinds of assessments thrown around, but none of the documents we have to date actually explains any of those proposals well enough for us to use them as a basis for decisions. So yeah, if city staff can do that, that's great. If there's a document or a set of documents we can read, that's great. My understanding is some of those fiscal proposals are not far enough along yet that we can even consider them. We need to know that up front.
So do we need a straw poll on those items, or how do we move forward, Chair?
Yeah, let's straw poll on, so on the fire and police, adequate staffing and equipment. we definitely, I would say, so do we all agree we want a presentation from the Arcata Fire Department so that, and we want lots of time so we can ask lots of questions? Do we all agree with that? Yes?
Absolutely.
Yes? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
And then,
Yep.
we will ask them at that point about the equipment to serve larger buildings. We can ask them, we will ask them about financing. I plan on to standard of coverage study. I would definitely interested in that. Thank you for bringing that up, Kimberly. What else, what other kind of questions are we going to want to?
The
Grill Justin on.
comprehensive summary of financing that Judith just suggested, do we want to straw poll on that one?
Is that just going to be, well, explain that to me. Is that, so?
I guess there's so many different financial tracks here. It's going to come up in the general plan as well. And the responses I've been getting is, well, we would do a capital improvement plan. Some of it comes out of that, but we're talking about services for the most part, and equipment as well, but services also to pay for staff and several new types of districts that would be proposed either in the GAP or in the general plan, of which it would be a part. We haven't read enough about anything with regard to those finances to even make sense of it yet. So I'd like someone to bring those discussions of financing districts or new taxes to us, not just piecemeal, but for anything for which they would apply. And I realize that may not be limited to the GAP itself, but it's going to come up in the GAP, and it's going to come up again in the general plan.
Is
and
this specific to the fire department?
Fire department, police, I hate to say it, also wastewater. Each is a different set of potential revenue streams and liabilities for the city.
I understand.
if I-
So, but wait a minute. So are we, this is fire and police. Maybe we need to separate those out because those are two different.
Yeah.
So maybe we need that from both the fire and the police department?
Yeah, the city can organize its explanation to us as staff wishes. Certainly, it would be great to hear from people who know about the services they are involved with. If the success of the GAP is going to depend on a new set of financing streams, it would be great to know
interject? I'm
what
sorry.
they are.
Yeah, can I just interject? Because I think I get totally where you're coming from, and I can offer that we can certainly bring a list. I think I'm hearing the difference between lumpers and splitters here, and, Commissioner Mayer's asking, can we see a total list of all the different financing proposals that are going to occur here, and staff can certainly.
Or even a partial list, because right now we have nothing.
We can certainly bring that together, and I would appreciate the support from the rest of the commissioners to do that. It's a simple task for us. We will not be able to give you a detailed, comprehensive summary of how everything in the Gateway Area Plan is going to be paid for. I know some people in the public would like that. Maybe some commissioners would like that. It's going to be impossible for us to do. One of the implementation measures of the general plan, of the Gateway Plan, will be to identify these programs, to evaluate whether they're a good fit. We've suggested the Infrastructure Financing District. We don't know. I have a strong suspicion, but we don't know that that's going to be a good fit. It's going to depend on a lot of factors that we're not going to be able to figure out until we're in that feasibility planning work for that. That's going to be an expensive endeavor that the city council is going to have to dedicate resources to. It is not something that is necessary for you to understand and evaluate before you make a plan. And so we can identify all of those measures in one place and show you what they are. Some of them we'll be able to point to in very fine resolution. This year's annual budget has a lot of what you're talking about. We can show you exactly how much tax revenue we bring in from different places, for example. I can do some modeling and show you how those now tax revenues will relate to future tax revenues at given development intensities. But we're not going to be able to provide you a 20-year capital improvement program. It's just
Yeah.
unrealistic for us to be able to
Could-
do that.
I guess for me, and maybe I'm confused, but it again feels like the cart before the horse without some kind of comprehensive look or big picture. I mean, not definitive, not 20 years, but it's going to help us inform our decision of how high can we go or where we're going to be putting this if we don't have the bigger picture of infrastructure? Costs?
We're
To
talking
get,
about
like,
police
the
and
money
fire.
that it's going to cost to do it.
Yeah, no, the infrastructure costs are, evaluated, wastewater treatment, for example, and I don't know, Director Sankorn, would you like to maybe step in and talk a little bit about how we've done that in the past?
Well, wait a minute. Aren't we talking about police and fire service and adequate staffing?
Yeah.
Are we skipping?
were.
I wasn't she's done an excellent job on talking about the wastewater treatment plant. I don't want to belabor that issue.
So do we want all of this, standards of coverage study? So do we want to hear from the fire department and the police department, or just the fire department?
I see audience saying fire and police.
Both.
What I'm concerned about basically is if we have a series of 4 7-story buildings going in somewhere in the Gateway District, how are we going to ensure that there is financing before they are occupied to protect the safety of users of those buildings?
And you're talking police and fire on that one?
Sure. My concern is that we have enough information to know that the safety of users and occupants of an area is protected before we put people in harm's way, rather than after some of them have been harmed and potentially sued the city.
So the
for-
staff is looking for direction. Is there an item that you want to put on the list right there?
I think the comprehensive summary of financing would go a long way, and if there's anything that they can tell us that isn't in there, we can tell them what that is. We haven't seen it yet, so I think David's suggestion is a great start, and we don't know what he's going to present us with at this point, but I'm willing to
Okay, so do we agree
Go
that
ahead with
these
that.
are we want all of these?
Which all? Oh,
Under fire, under 26, and she put it
No.
down to 31.
wait a
you wanna
minute.
say all of those?
No, what the staff is looking for us to give them direction on what kind of presentations or outside help. We need to make informed decisions about these things.
Yeah, presentations from Arcata Volunteer Fire Department, and then a comprehensive summary of financing. So I think we need reports from, or we need to talk to someone from the Arcata Volunteer Fire Department and possibly our chief of police and ask them our questions, and hopefully we'll be satisfied and we can move forward.
That sounds great.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody almost, what do you think, Scott?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I don't know if we have time to move on because Scott needs to leave.
I need to leave, and just as a point of question, I'm not sure if the commission can continue deliberating, but I just have family obligations and I need to go.
How does everyone feel? Do you want to continue on without Scott, or do we want to table this and then continue at the next meeting?
I think with Christian here, we still have a quorum.
Yeah, I think we should continue.
All right, so which one do we want to go to next?
I'm sorry, just before we leave this, we had several recommendations from the public, and I believe that this is the Slido poll results that are up now. Okay, so before you leave this, I just wanted to make sure if you want to add these to the list. Let me see if I can zoom
Where the
in on
funding comes
this.
down to support the fire district, yeah, that first one. So they say, where will the funding come from to support the fire district if we increase the building heights? Will saltwater intrusion with the sea level rise create problems for landscaping installations and, more importantly, foundations? So far, good questions. Will the city predetermine the evacuation routes for tsunami? Ooh. Will APD need increases in their budget to be able to respond to more service calls due to increased population? How will this get paid for? Get a commitment from Cal Poly Humboldt to provide a ladder truck and full FD staffing, fire department staffing. Will we bring together the experts to address needed fire structure, need to understand staff and training and equipment needs, and how to fund? Building heights should not exceed what their fire district can defend. These are all really good questions.
And generally, they're covered by the presentations that we've outlined.
Yeah, they're kind of the same questions that's why we're so concerned that we want to talk to these two entities.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing a lot that is adding to a new solution set there. A lot of questions that I think will be addressed, as commissioners mentioned, through some of the dialogue. So do you want to add anything to the list?
No, I mean, we're going to ask all of those questions when we have those two representatives come in. We can ask all our questions, and so can the public ask those questions.
Okay.
So which one do we want to go to next?
We have Director Sinkhorn at the table. She's been waiting patiently all night long. Can I please ask that you deal with wastewater treatment capacity vulnerability?
Oh, yes. Yes, and I have questions for you. Go ahead. Do you have a presentation, or are you just here to answer questions?
Good evening, commissioners. I really just would be interested in understanding if you have additional questions on wastewater and water infrastructure planning and planning for future capacity that hasn't already been presented. I presented in June, and from the resources listed in this Excel file, and then would be happy to bring those to you at a later date and have any conversation tonight.
Is there a Slido poll happening on this topic right now?
Yeah, so
Okay.
we've just opened
Thank
the
you.
Slido poll. And also just to point out that these resources that we sent out, include, some information about the facilities plan, frequently asked questions around, that were presented to the Planning Commission, the City Council previously on the wastewater treatment plant. And in addition, the EIR is going to identify the trigger points and thresholds as mitigation measures for new wastewater treatment. And so that's basically what we've got on the table right now. I guess I would add to this, since vulnerability got connected here, and I think vulnerability, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Mayor, is specifically related to sea level rise. And so Director Sinkhorn, if you could identify the conditions that we have on our permit, explain those.
Certainly. So for our wastewater treatment plant upgrade rehab project phase 1, we received our coastal development permit in September, and that included 2 key special conditions to really enable the city to continue to plan for beyond the design life of phase 1. And so the Coastal Commission really took the staff's analysis, and we worked with a kind of whole panel of experts to put that analysis together, that our phase 1 project will be protected from sea level rise for the design life of the project up to 2055. The special conditions to getting that permit for the design life of phase 1, the first includes continual water elevation monitoring at the treatment plant and the around the Arcata Marsh and Wildlife Sanctuary enhancement marshes that are also part of the treatment train, as well as a reporting for any temporary impacts from storms that occur during a year in our treatment plant. So that's more one on the monitoring, and then the second is really putting together a comprehensive coastal hazards and adaptation implementation plan. So that is really in line with what the city has already been planning to implement in the feasibility study I talked previously about with our state water board partner. And so they overlap in that we're really tasked with putting together more of an analysis for beyond the design life of phase 1 up to 2100. What are the chances in a medium, high risk, and high risk, scenarios for when the treatment plant will become really impacted by both sea level rise and coastal hazards and storm events. So putting together more of that detailed analysis, and then taking a look at what adaptation measures we could do. We know we've talked about levee augmentation in the core area of the treatment plant being one of those options, and we are actively pursuing that and have a grant for that currently through FEMA and Cal OES. But this analysis plan will also really look at potential relocation options and weighing both the environmental impacts to our infrastructure planning, and financial impacts for really making an informed decision for our next steps in both further protecting our existing treatment plant and what kind of comes next for future capacity and kind of the city's goals for ensuring that we can flush the toilets and have a protected, essential facility like the treatment plant. So that's a long-winded way to say that we're planning. Our coastal commission permit requires monitoring of water elevation, now and into the future, as additional data collection, and also so that we're really showing that we're planning for the future.
Emily, sorry, Chair, do you mind? How far into this analysis are you about planning into the future? Because this question comes up a lot about set-aside land, and if the treatment can't be where it is now, where is it going to go? Is that part of this analysis, and are you deep into the middle of it, or where are you at on this process?
Yeah, I would say we have, preparing for our coastal development permit, we really compiled a lot of our available data on what we know currently for data around the bay for sea level rise and also our coastal hazards beyond just rising sea levels. And then we are, the city does have funding in line with the State Water Board for technical assistance for a third party to conduct the feasibility study. And we see the direct meshing between the feasibility study that the State Water Board has asked the city to conduct and the CHAPE, or the Coastal Hazards Adaptation and Implementation Plan, that the Coastal Commission has asked for. And so we really see those happening concurrently and meeting the same objectives. And so we have heard from our State Water Board partners that we expect that to kick off in November. And so that is at no cost to the city kind of right now for conducting that. But we also anticipate putting additional resources to make sure that we are bringing all the best available science and analysis to the effort.
So this feasibility study starts next month, and it will be going on for...
We anticipate it probably going on through 2023.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. Is that, so through 2023, when are we expecting a deliverable, that's going to be presented to either the state, the State Water Resource Control Board and or the Coastal Commission, in its final text?
Yes. So again, we really anticipate that study likely going through 2023. Our coastal development permit has asked that, or the Coastal Commission has put a condition that we complete that study in a number of years. I have the permit here in front of me. I could look up to say whether it's 4 or 5 years.
It's 5.
Thank you. Or which comes first, either that 5-year time period or when the city would be coming to the Coastal Commission for another project at the wastewater treatment plant site, which, as we are planning, that may be the levee augmentation project that we are currently in the planning stages for. So that is our timeline, which we hope to very much complete much before a 5-year time period.
Okay, I have a question. So you've already told us this 1,000 times. So phase 1 is a 30-month, going to take 30 months. You're going to start this next year, right?
Yeah, the contract has been awarded to the contractor, and we anticipate that the construction, would start, or the development would start in November and last 30 to 36 months.
And that will make our wastewater treatment plant good, or the equipment good for through about 2055, and it will account for 20% growth factor, which is 22,000 people. That's all on the website. But what at this moment, like, what's the current capacity? What's the current capacity right now? How many more hookups? How much more building? Oh, there isn't any building because it's so expensive to build right now. But what's right now, this moment, how many more hookups do we have left?
Yeah, sure. So I can just speak to the compiled data that we compiled from this past year of 2021, and the numbers are very similar as in just this past month. So we're currently in the dry season. When phase 1 is complete, we will have in our permit and in the capacity of our equipment and our whole facility have the capacity of 2.3 million gallons per day as a peak dry weather capacity of treating wastewater, in the dry months. And right now we're at an average of 1.1. So that is 40%. So we are in the dry season, we're at 40% of our there's many ways to talk about capacity. I'm just talking about kind of flow volume, treatment volume. As I talked in June, there's other factors such as the things we really treat for in the wastewater treatment plant. But the key thing is that we have additional capacity for the projects that are proposed right now, and for what staff really feels what is also being planned for in these long-range planning projects. So both within the time period of our phase 1 project, combined with knowing that we're the city and the staff are not stopping with phase 1. We're continuing to look through the future. That's not just what are we going to do in 2055, but continually assessing of if we're on the right track, if phase 1 is meeting our needs, if we need additional treatment capacity. So all that to say is we have more capacity at the treatment plant. As I said in June, the key factor is really in the wet weather periods. And we have demonstrated right now we still have capacity at that time. I think in these past few years we've been at a third of the capacity of our average wet weather months.
And we're not to interrupt, but my question was really more realistic. Like, I know we have I don't even have the number somewhere. So Strombeck is building 102 units. We know that 800 units is going to the Craftsman's Mall. I mean, how many more hookups? I mean, residential hookups can we have at this moment? Like, if somebody came in and they wanted to build 1,000 units, could we service 1,000 units at this moment?
Yes, we're actually actively, when those projects either come through a planning permit or a building permit, we're looking at that. We're not up against our capacity of our treatment plant right now. It's not just the treatment plant capacity, it's also just our collection system. And so that's that is always being looked at especially when larger projects come on, like Craftsman's Mall. And so those are like the size of the sewer pipes that the private side will tie into. So those are continually being assessed. But to answer your question, when those projects come in, we are not concerned about capacity, and make sure that in the immediate area of the collection system that also has capacity. And if not, then we work with the developer to make those updates so that our collection system has that capacity.
And then I have 2 more questions, and I promise I'll stop hogging Emily here. So Cal Poly, do they need permission from the city to hook up their sewer system, or do they just have by right? Because I know they don't have to ask us for anything, but do they actually need our permission?
So there is a process for those capital connections, and those all involve capital connection fees. And so we're required to, they're required, any applicant of being able to hook up to water or sewer, that they collaborate, with the city and pay those fees to do so. So that has to be in collaboration. And so that is happening, as well as, the city can give recommendations or requests that we would like to see in projects that Cal Poly could develop that would further the goals of our general plan and the city's policies.
So I just wanted to clarify, phase 1, 30 to 36 months.
Yes, that is how long the construction will be.
And it was 50, I can't remember, it was 55 million. So when we start phase 2, do we know what that dollar amount might be, what we're looking at?
So what phase 2 was really outlined in our facilities plan, which is one of the resources in the spreadsheet. And so that has had pre-design towards that, but right now we're in a holding on continuing the design for phase 2 until we complete the feasibility study and the coastal hazards adaptation implementation plan. So we know that costs are only escalating, but we're also looking to see how phase 1 performs in meeting our water quality objectives. And then seeing the outcome of those studies to then determine what becomes phase 2.
Okay, that makes sense. The phase 1's going to inform the costs for phase 2, and of course, who knows what happens with costs. If Cal Poly is going to increase by 50%, I think it is in 3 years, and they're talking about doubling it, I thought was, correct me, maybe 7 years. I guess kind of going back to what Julie was asking, is those numbers sound kind of daunting, and I'm concerned, and what I'm hearing from the public is that they have the capacity to build, they have more money, and that they get all of what's left, and there's nothing left for us to do the gateway. Is that something that we need to worry about? And then before I let you answer, I have one more question so I don't forget. Would it be reasonable to ask if we could get a consult from, say, the Wiyot tribe with regards to like levee augmentation? And that's all I have.
Great. Just to answer your first question, so the city is embarking on a project to plan and assess the environmental impacts of levee augmentation, and that will include our consultation with our local tribes.
And also about the, the Cal Poly basically taking all the capacity that's in the treatment plant. When they do their projects, they're still required to, do environmental impact reports. And we weigh in on those, and, you know, we often do comment to, you know, their, you know, the portion that they're taking in wastewater treatment. And I think that, you know, because we're in the middle of a general plan update cycle and having to evaluate those population numbers and the changes that will happen there, you know, their projects are going to take into consideration what our environmental impacts look at too through their cumulative effects analysis. So we'll both be weighing in on the project level, and we'll also be asking that they evaluate those based on cumulative effects. I also wanted to point out that we have looked at, we've, you know, done some modeling with the population numbers, and I think your you know, estimates were, you know, roughly on target in terms of what you're evaluating as the growth, but not all of that growth is going to happen in the city of Arcata. There's going to be some proportion of Cal Poly's growth that is going to be still continuing to be remote learning, and of the, you know, large proportion of that growth, you know, if they meet their prospectus targets, that does come to our community. You know, the majority of those people are going to want to live in Arcata. You know, I think that's likely to be true, but there's also going to be a significant portion that doesn't, you know, find housing in Arcata or doesn't want to live in Arcata. We all know it's the best city, but some people don't necessarily think so.
Well, if they have a job, say in Eureka, it might make more sense.
For them to live there, yeah, exactly. You know, levity aside, the population growth estimates that staff showed you incorporate those growth projections, and we've looked at two models, one with 60% of the Cal Poly prospectus included, and right now what we're working with as the working model is 40% of Cal Poly's growth actually living in Arcata. Now, some of those are going to live in Cal Poly produced housing units. We're not necessarily going to be able to regulate those housing units. They are going to take capacity from our treatment plant. We don't get to tell them how many units they get to be because they approve their own projects, but they do pay into the system. And all of that is included in our environmental analysis. Just like they have to take into consideration, you know, what we're planning for and what projects are going on concurrently in the cumulative effects analysis. Our EIR is going to evaluate those projections that we have for how Cal Poly is growing, and we've been working with Cal Poly to vet those projections. So the short answer to your question is yes, it's all being evaluated, it's all being looked at. And yes, Cal Poly is going to take some of our wastewater treatment plant capacity, and yes, they are going to pay for it.
So does that mean when they've taken their fair share, whatever that might look like, can we stop them so that we can make sure they don't beat us to the punch and we get to do our development that we've all been working on here, the Gateway? I just hope it's not a moot point that they build out and there's nothing left for us.
It will not be a moot point. Again, the population numbers that we're looking at incorporated Cal Poly's growth, and we've, you know, basically we're establishing a range, population growth range, with a maximum of 27,000 people as an end population in 2045. That maximum would include Cal Poly, 40% of Cal Poly's prospectus living in Arcata, and that would include a 0.94%, nearly 1% growth rate over that same period of time on top of the Cal Poly prospectus. So if we continue to grow at the rate that we've grown at on average for the last 10 years, over the next 20 years, and we add Cal Poly's growth rate on top of that, that gets us to that higher 27,000. That 27,000, based on what Director Sinkhorn said earlier in terms of our dry weather flows and our wet weather flows, there's still capacity, flow capacity within the treatment plant in its current configuration to handle that amount of growth. The EIR is going to actually evaluate that, model that, and then identify trigger points for if if these projections are off. Now, we're, in part, the reason why we have such good flow rates right now, why we can, demonstrate that capacity right now is, in part, it's because we've had a dry last couple of years. But it's also in part because we've done a lot to reduce inflow and infiltration, the water getting into the pipes that isn't from flushes. It's just coming in naturally from the environment. And we're continuing to improve our inflow and infiltration to keep that water out of our system. The 40%, and I believe it was, what was the wet weather flow number?
Well, we have had drier winters, but from the 2021 data, we were at like 34% of our, utilizing 34% of our capacity during the winter when looked at of an average wet weather months. So that is, and again, we also know that storms come in big waves, and we have ways of attenuating those flows for storing any of those instantaneous flows that are much higher than our 5.3 that we send through all of our treatment train.
So more than 50% remaining, this is kind of a oversimplification, but more than 50% remaining in dry weather and wet weather flows in the treatment plant's current configuration capacity. Right now we have a population of 19,000, and so you could double that. Again, an oversimplification, you could double that and have 40,000 people hooked up to the wastewater treatment plant. So more than enough capacity right now. We're doing improvements to the phase 1. We're doing a phase 2 that will further refine and improve the capacity, and then we're doing an EIR to identify any additional capacity needs that we'll have as a future need. Every 5 years, or approximately that amount of time, we do rate studies and evaluate the capacity of the treatment plant and reassess the values. The more users that are in the system, the lower the rates are, because you have more people paying for that system. It's a higher cost system, and so there's a little bit of a balancing there. But in general, the more users, once you do that fixed improvement value at the beginning, the more users you have paying into that fixed value and that ongoing maintenance, the theoretically the less that rate should be.
So, not talking about rates so much, my concern is if we're following that simplified, which thank you for that because it's kind of going over my head. If we're at 40% and we double that, can we assume we'll be at 80% capacity if everything happens with the prospectus of how many students, what we're anticipating? And
No, we're going to be nowhere near 80%. So again, we're at 19,000 population right now, and we're talking a maximum of 27,000. So if you ask yourself, can we handle 27,000 people in the current configuration of the wastewater treatment plant? The answer is yes.
And where will that put us at percentage-wise?
Let's say 48.
Okay.
I'm just picking a number out, but
just a drop in the bucket. It really isn't.
If you double the population from 20,000 roughly to 40,000, then you'd be, again, oversimplification, doubling to 80%. And so we're talking about adding, quarter the amount, another 7,000 people as opposed to another 20,000 people.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I would just say that as the example for capacity, we're talking about flow capacity, and there's also just the ability to treat for the things that we're really looking at for water quality. And so that part of what had been envisioned as phase 2 was being able to add additional elements to better meet those water quality goals if what we're doing in phase 2 doesn't check all those boxes. And so we're talking about flow capacity because that's just one of the easiest ways to talk about capacity.
Okay, so Judith has a question, and then I'd like to see the Slido, and then we need to give direction to staff and move on, and then we need to go home. So go ahead, Judith.
Okay, thanks very much for that explanation. It really helped, as well as the documents that you referenced in here. What I want to ask is a question about timing. It seems as though all of the phase 2 feasibility studies and analyses would likely come in right about the time that we would be completing work on the general plan and its elements of the Gateway and the local coastal program. Do you see any choke point in terms of what we would need to present to the Coastal Commission and to the Regional Water Quality Control Board that would signal to us that we would need to hold back on going forward with the general plan and those two elements while we wait for the conclusions of the Phase 2 study or other studies that might bring new information forward. And I would ask in particular about the need to provide for a potential relocation site for the sewage treatment plant, because that's what members of the public keep hammering us on.
Yeah, we really feel like within the planning horizons that we have capacity right now and with our Phase 1 project, and that we have all the steps in place for planning for the future, that I don't see a need for holding up our current planning processes. We don't yet know what the exact outcome of that feasibility study is, but we have the idea of the range of options those could be. And when we talk about relocation of the treatment plant, there could be a gradation, of that. There may be distributed smaller locations for treatment. So there's a range of options, and that feasibility study will be following very closely with all of the other active long-range planning that the city is doing. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is related, but not exactly directly in answer to the question that you asked, Commissioner Mayer. But one thing that people have also been mentioning a lot, members of the public, is the idea of third-party, voices, expertise coming into this discussion. Emily can definitely speak to this better than I can, but the feasibility study and the vulnerability study will partially be informed by third-party experts from the state. They will be helping do that work in partnership with staff, and then the Water Board and Coastal Commission will ultimately review and consider the work acceptable or not. So there will be experts from the state who will be with us every step of the way in partnership. And they will be, I'm assuming, completely impartial. They're not, local residents, and they have the best expertise that the state can offer.
My turn. I've been trying to speak. Thank you all for all of that. And I just want to reflect back to our procedure here. And I know that's where you were heading, Julie, but I'm so on bucket one on this one. I feel like there is tremendous resource in-house and studies that we can all reference, and future state analysis that we don't have the answers yet on all of it. So I just can't imagine us being anywhere besides bucket one on this one.
I just had one more question, sorry. Talking to Alderman Laird, he talked about decentralizing our wastewater treatment plant, and to that which you just talked about as a possibility. And what I'm hearing from the public is, if we build on the Beryl District, which some feel that might be another possibility of decentralizing and putting maybe part or moving it, whatever that might look like, is that a consideration? And then I've heard from others that we need to go north, like if we're going to do that, like way north, like Valley West north.
So I just wanted to make the distinction, and I'm sure Director Sinkhorn has some comments to this too, but I just wanted to make the distinction as to, lands that we have available for, wastewater treatment and lands that we do not. The Beryl District is all in private ownership, with the exception of, some trail corridors. And road rights of way. There's no plan at this point that's been proposed by the city of Arcata that the Beryl District, anywhere in the Beryl District, is an ideal location for wastewater treatment. The owners of the properties that are in the Beryl District, the ones that I've talked to about this, are interested and excited about providing housing and economic opportunities. It's envisioned in the Gateway Area Plan. None of them is interested in selling us property to turn into a wastewater treatment plant. At this point, we've committed to not taking eminent domain as a pathway to, accomplishing the objectives of the Gateway Area Plan. And that would be required if you have an unwilling landowner and you wanted to place a wastewater treatment facility on their property. The only way to do that would be to take it from them and then compensate them. The city is not looking to do that. There are ample other opportunities for wastewater treatment that do not involve siting a wastewater treatment facility on the Beryl District properties.
Thank you for answering that.
Yep. And then
So it sounds like, well, first, before we move on, is there a Slido? Is there the public? I'm just. For this particular one?
Yeah, so I think these are is it likely that our water and sewer rates will increase due to sewer upgrades needed for increased population? Yeah, that's not a study. We can address that, though, through some of the comments. Where will the funding come from to support the fire district?
So I guess that was just at that one. Yeah, no one knows what's going to happen.
Oh, here we go. I got it.
We just
Consider
talked about
reserving
that.
land for relocation wastewater treatment. When will the feasibility study to begin to address the additional proposed population growth? Is it funded, and when will we get the results? Where is the location site for the treatment plant's relocation? Southwest corner of the gateway. Some of these questions will be identified in the EIR in terms of alternatives for future wastewater treatment. Does the city have multiple relocation sites? Create a topic work group to provide recommendations beyond staff and consultants, include experts such as Alderon Laird. I'm not sure what his credentials are for wastewater treatment, but his name comes up for a variety of different topics. What are the possible locations for creating new wastewater treatment infrastructure? Will we need space in the Gateway project? Yeah, most of that could be handled through rights of way, but is this still active? Seems like they're jumping on.
To get to this, you have to activate it.
Okay. Does the city have multiple relocation sites? Let's see, that one jumped around. These three are the ones that we've had existing on the list. And then 5% of development costs go towards funding community benefits like wastewater. Once satisfied, it can fund other things like public art, parks, EV charging, and et cetera. So that, I guess, would fall into a potential funding mechanism we can look at. But again, not one of the buckets that we've discussed here.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like I have enough information. Of course, I will keep looking. There's a lot of great information, and Emily's made some good YouTube videos. I feel like I completely trust staff and Emily, and I feel like I have enough information to move on. But how do you feel, Dan? Let's start with you. Do you need more information?
I do not need more information. I am so on bucket one on this one.
I really appreciate everything that you've done, Emily, and bringing it down so that I can try to understand it. So, thank you.
Yeah, I feel that with all the resources you've mentioned, we can refer to those for the Gateway. And we're probably going to have to keep on referring to the updates as they come in for the general plan and the local coastal program. So I guess we'll see more of you.
Christian, do you feel like you have all the information you need to move on, or do you want more information?
I feel I'm in bucket one. I feel we have the the necessary information that's been provided by city staff and the links, and there'll be more information to be continued as studies progress, as Emily has identified.
Okay, so we're going to be done for tonight because it's very late. So when we come back on our next meeting, we're going to talk about the lack of multimodal infrastructure impacts, and maybe we'll tackle one or two other of
Chair,
these.
We may have to take public comment, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Any member of the public like to comment on any of this if you're still awake?
Good evening. I'd like to make some public comment on the Gateway Plan and reference the first agenda item that we talked about earlier. There were some commissioners that referenced the Westwood Garden project as setting precedent for Arcata, and I sincerely hope that is not the case. We are letting the ineptitudes of the small number of developers that operate here to design our city. Let that sink in for a minute. As we make regulations around the Gateway, I encourage you to be stringent. In doing so, yes, we restrict development, but we do so in a way that encourages the developers we have now to step up. And we can invite new developers into the community who are committed to making substantial improvements to where we live. This is a beautiful place. Arcata's a hottie. And it's like she's been dating the same schlub from middle school because she doesn't know any better. And, okay, so not to take up too much time, but just some things to consider. 8 stories or setting an equivalent height, but with precedent. So just for sake of argument, I'm going to stick with stories. Let's say 8 stories isn't available until there's another building with at least 2 stories difference, at least that's been established. So, for example, 8 stories can't be built unless there's 6 stories already. 6 stories can't be built unless there's a 4-story building. Inclusionary zoning in all new buildings. This means that 25%, I would recommend 25%, is affordable for low to moderate income people. I would ask you to consider something that's not based on income, like a square footage cap. So for landlords that own 20 or more units, again, this is 3 people in town, or 3 entities in town own the majority of multi-unit homes in Arcata. So in implementing a cap for these larger landlords at something like 65 cents a square foot, we can establish affordability without going into the rigmarole of proving income, which would take up staff time as well as tenants' time. And then implementing funding costs, like 5% of project costs going towards community infrastructures like fire trucks or wastewater treatment if needed. And then once that's satisfied, move down a list of other community benefits like public art, green space, living walls. Where I come from in Denver, 2% of all development is put towards public art, and it looks real good. It's a great community benefit. Okay, thank you for all your work tonight, but I encourage you, please, you can do better. We depend on you to do so. My name is Raylena Crixton, and I'm running for City Council in Arcata. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, staff. I have here an excerpt on building height from a letter that I sent to the Planning Commission about a month ago. I'll drop it off with you at the end of my speech. When we got the new draft, we were told that it only included information which comports with the original draft, and we're told that there would be a table. I'd like to know when that table, and we're going to see that table of things that do not comport with the draft. It was expected this meeting, but it's not here. I got the impression from something that Commissioner Mayer said that you got a document today that was not available to the public. I'd like to have that be available to the public ASAP. I greatly appreciated the presentation by Relina Kirkson on the Westwood Gardens. I would like to know how it came to be that she was given 15 minutes and which person said that that was okay for the other people to cede their time to her. I'd like to get an answer to that. 6 weeks ago rather, by complete coincidence, 4 different business owners asked me about non-conforming uses in the Gateway plan. I realized I didn't know as much as I thought I knew. I wrote some questions to Jen and David. A September 19th letter, I would like to get an answer to my questions from that. My interest in the Westwood Gardens was because I think that unless the form-based code is very well designed, we could be seeing something like that in the Gateway area. It would probably be 3 stories if that's the minimum height, but equally, if you'll pardon the expression, obnoxious and not friendly to humans. The form-based code has to be really well designed so that that can't happen. That's all I'm going to say about that. But that was my interest in the Gateway, in the Westwood Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Taylor, I'd like to reiterate that Arcata is indeed a hottie. And also, yeah, the form-based code argument, it has to be immaculate because this town deserves more than crappy little boxes for people to live in. Other parts of this country are filled with what happens when we let market rates and consumerism do whatever it wants to do, and other parts of this country are totally unlivable. I live here because this town is wonderful. If we are not protected of that, it is going to be like everywhere else that people flee from to come here. Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone?
Yeah, just one other quick statement. Wondering if what we saw with the open spaces within this building is what we might see with publicly owned private spaces in the Gateway, if that'll be handled better within the form-based codes. The second thought I had about that has slipped my mind, and I'm not going to bother with it, but that is one of them for sure. It's just seeing what happens when this isn't controlled. I mean, in these descriptions of like privately owned are public spaces that would be privately owned. I mean, really, what is it going to amount to as far as our parks and things like that? Just something to keep in mind as far as what we don't have if we don't make places for it. Thank you.
Do we have anyone online?
Yeah, we have a couple.
I just wanted to say I wasn't trying to be rude. Our clock started spinning around and around, and we didn't know what was going on there. I was like, it went back the other direction, like it was 8:30, and I'm like, sorry.
Like Alice. Jane, go ahead.
Good evening again. I would like to reiterate what Fred said, particularly with respect to the chart, because you all had access to information that we couldn't read on the screen, and we had no idea how to best respond because we couldn't see what was on the screen, and you had the chart and we didn't. So if you want us to be able to understand and participate effectively, it would be really helpful if we had things like that. You got handouts, we got nothing, so that makes it difficult to respond. I also want to point out that I think we missed an opportunity with Mr. Strombeck. If you recall, he offered to eliminate one of those 5-unit buildings that we could have asked him to do again. If he could do it the first time, he could have done it the second time. And we missed an opportunity there, and that's more than unfortunate, because it could have created that block of community space, and you all seem to have forgotten he offered to do that. So I hope before the next meeting that we all have available a summation of what has been decided, of what the recommendations are, and so we can participate more effectively, both with our comments in advance and our comments at the meeting. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Jane.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to say kind of a little bit like some others had said about Arcata being a really special place and how important it is to really get into some details of what's being planned instead of rushing it all. I think that that population density programs should not be our priority. Personally, I feel like supporting the local businesses and local infrastructure and kind of recovering from COVID and the loss of the cannabis industries and how, or at least how that transition affected the area economically is really important, because if we fall for this false premise that adding a bunch of housing is going to bring a bunch of professionals and money to the area, I think that's pretty silly, especially when you get into the fact that this is going to be owned by a small number of people. A lot of people will be renting to them. It just increases the wealth gap. And then it makes a problem where we have population density and low income housing trying to fulfill that gap. And it's just impossible. It depresses the area, it increases scarcity, and it kind of tarnishes all of the things that we have, the natural amenities, the access to fresh organic food grown locally. There are a lot of problems in this world that we don't have right now currently because of our attitudes towards these things in the past. And it'd be important if we remember who we are. We recently got 2 new franchises in the town, and I'm still unsure of what happened to that anti-franchise law that I was so proud of growing up here. I see a lot of people trying to get grant money and not focusing on supporting the local economy here when I look at these meetings, and I would like to see more staff, planning commissioners, city council people all readdress their priorities and realize that the grant money isn't that important. What's important is that we support the local economy and the local culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
We have no one else online.
We will close the public comment portion, and we're going to move on to correspondence and communications. Are you laughing at me? It's too late for that.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to move the mouse on my laptop with the mouse that moves. Anyway, it's getting late.
Right, it's getting late. Oh, no correspondence and communications. Are we gonna?
The only correspondence communication that staff has is that I did send out 2 emails that I wanted to draw planning commissioners' attention to. One was identifying an opportunity for the AEP CEQA training that is next Friday. Thank you, Commissioner Mayer, for bringing this to my attention. I was under the impression that we had, we have a training budget to be able to send you if you're available on Friday. So please respond to that email. The other email I sent you was regarding planning for special meetings coming up. We are going to have a couple of meetings that are likely to be canceled, and so I want to make sure that you have responded to those and let us know what dates work best for you. Right now it's looking like potentially the 15th and or the 30th of November have the most likely output for alternatives for the Thanksgiving week in November. We'll have some for December as well.
Has everyone, so not everyone has responded, so everyone needs to check
Not
their
everyone's
email.
responded.
Dan, check your email.
I sent out a
I
reminder today.
responded.
Oh, you did? Okay, good. Go ahead, Judith.
Yeah, this, I'm not sure if this has been sent out or will be. Cal Poly is holding some planning sessions that are open to the public with regard to their process for facilities planning, and I think they have meetings scheduled on November 1st and 2nd at different times. Right, and then they have they have some tabling outside on other occasions. That's an opportunity for anyone in here or in the community to learn what they're doing and tell them what they want to see in it. But the reason I'm bringing it up now also is that I'd love to request that the facilities planning group or some representative of them do a presentation for the Planning Commission and give us a chance to ask them questions, explain our concerns, and to get that on our agenda when they agree to come. They may be able to tell us things that we don't know, and they'll certainly be able to listen to things that they haven't heard us say before.
Well, if they agree to come, we will make ourselves available.
Let's do it.
I will. Okay, thank you. So is there anything else before, go ahead.
Yeah, we have an opening on the Planning Commission now, right? What's the process for that?
We do, the vacancy will be announced, and we'll encourage folks to apply. And my hope is that we'll be able to not replace Commissioner Barstow, but at least fill his space on the bench in short order, sometime November or early December at the latest.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, this meeting is adjourned.